Nokpine, 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 nokpine. My name is Paloma Ray. I'm an artist, possible futures fantasizer, and honored member of the Slow Factory team. I was born in the territory of the Three Fire Peoples, the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi. I probably descend from the Amerindians of the land of the hummingbird, named by the colonizers Trinidad and Tobago, and would like to acknowledge that my peoples were stolen from the land by forces of violence and colonialism. I also proudly descend from the Lenape peoples. My Kikayuyu Meningake, my ancestors, once called this little hilly island, Manhattan, their home. Spanning from the lands of so-called New Jersey, through the green valleys of Pennsylvania, into the shores of the Delaware, and along the bountiful banks of the Hudson River. My people did more than steward Lenapehoking. The land was a living part of them, and they a living part of the land. A divine dance, an inseparable cosmic connection. And today, this Mimensa, this child, returns home. So let this moment serve as a pointed reminder. Nakpine, we are here. We are not relics, not some figment from the past, some far-off stories of mythical places and mythical creatures, illusion cast with smoke, told as if we never existed on this plane, in this universe, in this dimension. The nightmare is as constant as it is real. It's hard to put into words the feelings I'm experiencing in this moment and what I've experienced preparing this piece for today. I've been reflecting on the lessons I've learned and reckoning with this immense pain that I carry, recognizing that so much of my culture is a response to the grief of what's been taken. I can feel the wailing in my bones like a 400-year funeral dredge. There's a word we have, ihedna wakike agawa, which translates to at our old homeland. The elders share with us tales of loss. There's a story they tell called Give Us a Little Piece of Your Land, as a warning and as a reminder. The excerpt I'm gonna share was originally told by Bessie Snake and recorded in 1978. The Europeans wanted to fool us when they were new here. They said, we will really treat you good for as long as the rivers flow and the sun always moves, and as long as the grass always comes up in the spring, then I will take care of you. That will be for how long I will be a friend to you all, he said. He wanted to fool us, and it seems he's still fooling us. Violated, stripped, dehumanized, forced out, forced far, and further still, to an unfamiliar, unforgiving land. The elders remind us that we already know what it's like to face the end of our world. And for what? For a muted vibration through the concrete? Like a distant song, you're unfamiliar with the melody, the notes, should they ever come disjointed and out of tune. So I ask, Kekuachkuwatu, what do you know? Have you ever been told the story of the fox and the rabbit? Kekuachkuwatu, what do you know of the medicine of the black walnut? Kekuachkuwatu, what do you know? How often do you speak to Corn Mother? And when she replies, what does she say? Kekuachkuwatu, what do you know of sacred fire and rebirth of earth? The charred bark of the mighty chestnut becomes the nutrients for the soil, and the soil houses the worms and the bugs and the animals and the root systems that connect us all from the inside out and protect us from the outside in. Kekuashkuatu. What do you know about this land? And more importantly, what does this land know about you? Wanishi, thank you.
I shall not be moved. I shall not be moved, just like a tree planted by the water. I shall not be removed. I heard Maya Angelou critique that old song, and it's supposed to be, I shall not be moved. But for some reason, the black folks were singing it for years as removed. I thank you, Paloma, for those framing words, because the resonance goes back and forth in this day and in my heart. I have prepared remarks, prepared in the sense that I spoke to the very beguiling Colin, who was recording what I said, and they nicely printed them up, and I will get to it, but I think I have to take some responsibility for that part of Planet Justice. Are you here for it? Do you remember that first dinner we had? And I was doing this thing that you do when you get to a certain age. Y'all go on with it. It's yours now, take it, go on. All these problems of a sick planet and what have you, what can I do? I've done, I've marched, I've stood for all sorts of things, causes, but now I feel like Louis, who said, après moi. In other words, after me, the deluge. But Colin and Céline weren't hearing it. So we talked about this conference, this study hall even, and they insisted that it should be with me, not without me. And that's why I'm here today. So excuse me reading the remarks, but the memory is not always as dependable as it used to be, although the heart is sturdy. Good afternoon and welcome to New York Live Arts. Welcome to day 3 of Live Ideas 2023, Planet Justice. Are you here for it? Are you here for it, Bill? Yes, we're here. Yes. My peoples, I'm very excited and a bit intimidated by this year's Live Ideas. Excited because I'm working with the wonderful Slow Factory and their intrepid and inspiring co-founders, Céline Semaan and Colin Vernon. Intimidated because I don't know if I can answer the question, Planet Justice, are you here for it? Perhaps my relationship to Planet Justice is rooted in the agency I have as a creator, a maker. I'm able to organize people and able to make things or make something where there has not been anything. Every work I make, in a way, is asking me the question, why are you alive? And what do you really care about? Really care about? The planet is ever more at the top of that list. I doubt that my agency is enough to cure the planet and the problems we're facing. However, I say of our festival, Planet Justice, and the question, are you here for it, that my answer to it is working with Slow Factory. My answer is every work that I make to keep this organization and this company, New York Live Arts, Bill T. Jones, Arnie Zane Company, together. That is an expression of hopefulness. Perhaps that is what I am. A purveyor of hope. You know, I'm a crusty son of a bitch. You see me in charm mode right now. But a lot of times I feel like I am a half-empty kind of dude. But here I am saying to you today that I'm a purveyor of hope. Yes, I wish that I were more disciplined. I wish that I had no plastics in my life. I wish that I did not drive a car that uses fossil fuels, but unfortunately, I don't. So every work that I make at New York Live Arts is my way of expressing agency and hopefulness, and giving a platform to other people who can do even more than I am able to do. It is the hope that change, embodied change, is possible and that we have the agency to do it. Ultimately, what I think our strongest statement is a belief in the world, a belief that there's a thing called beauty, and there's a thing called peace. And yes, there is community. Those are all things that we stand for at New York Live Arts, that I have always stood for, or tried to. So my answer is, are you here for planet justice? Is that I am. Imperfect as I am, limited as I am, I trust that you are too. Are you, folks? Yes. We're going to rock it, right? We're going to rock it in the face of the sons of bitches. You know what they're doing. Voting into law the dismantling of our rights, human and otherwise. Voting into law the willingness, the right to pollute, to steal, plunder. Voting into law, and we watch it, slow motion like a wave coming in. So today is just one little hand up saying, hold up. I'm here for it. I hope you are as eager to dive into this study hall as I am. Please come back for the other events of the festival. Tonight will be the second performance of Hello Buffalo, and tomorrow will be the outdoor party, come rain or shine. You mean that? Oh my, now this is about hopefulness, right? Followed by the final performance of Altamira 2042 and the world premiere of Titanic Depression at Pioneer Works on Saturday and Sunday. Now please join me in welcoming Céline.
I have my notes on my phone. Thank you so much. First, I would like to acknowledge that today is Malcolm X's birthday. He fought against racism and imperialism. He had a vision that a world outside of systemic oppression built on international solidarity is possible, and we are here for it. I'm filled with gratitude for you, Bill T. Jones, and for Janet Wang, and the entire team at Live Arts. When I first was approached to collaborate on Live Ideas 2023, when Janet reached out, I was curious, how can climate and dance come together in a meaningful way? How can the world of climate justice and socially engaged performing arts collide meaningfully? During the process of curating this event in the past year, over many dinners and many meetings, we have collectively as a group, and I'm going to speak for the Slow Factory, we have shed many, many skins. We've transformed from a worm to a butterfly, back to dirt, into a plant, back to earth, into bacteria, back to earth, and so on, embodying differently all the notions we are here presenting today through this time together. We were brought to our knees and forced to slow down and invited to heal. And Slow Factory's work encompasses many areas, from supply chain, waste design, the material sciences, education, and all of these. We find that culture with a capital C has such a central role. And what we found is that it is the role of the arts and culture that really drives forward this change that we're looking for. It gives meaning to how people talk, how people dance, how people dress, what they think. Culture is key in expressing our shared experience of living within a global existential crisis. For us at Slow Factory, we have spent an entire decade to arrive here today, to trailblaze an entire sector that is nuanced, fluid, grounded in collective liberation and radical imagination. And these aren't just buzzwords. For us, before they reached mainstream, they would raise eyebrows. You know, folks were not responding in awe with these messages. We were dismissed as too idealist, for daring to see beyond the, quote, divide and conquer mindset, beyond the barbed wires, beyond the refugee camps, beyond the segregated walls of a colonial empire that thrives on our obedience and shame. Slow Factory is here to empower, to inspire, to provide a space where we can erase the colonial lines, to remove the walls, to open the roads that are made of concrete towards path of dirt through the leaves, to connect the dots, to address the elephant in the room. And when we see one, we build an entire ecosystem around it. We are here to dismantle, to mobilize, to share knowledge, and to contradict all dogmas of operations. We are here to feed, to nurture, to rest, to dance, to be present. Planet Justice is not only a body of knowledge designed to offer the necessary breadcrumbs for others to build upon. We borrowed this concept from our sisters, the ants, who communicate to each other by leaving pieces of information connected with one another, a phenomenon called stigmergy. Planet Justice is also designed as an experiment to give permission to embody this knowledge, to move from the cerebral to the emotional, to the somatic, to the realm of our spirit, and to transcend into radical imagination and a powerful knowing that we can create something from scratch, from an impossible idea to the real, tangible world, while being in harmony with nature and with each other. Transformative change is not a self-help book designed for an individual alone to create collective change. It is a collective experience rooted in culture and the arts. It is in and of itself an art form, and we recognize ourselves as artists, often misunderstood, purposefully discredited, systematically ignored, illegal at times, yet it is something we can all tap into. So I hope you give yourself today permission to embody with your body, to become this living ecosystem that you are, through your senses, to become present to what we have carefully curated for you throughout this festival, and through this symposium we call Study Hall, through the discussions, the stories, the lived experiences and teachings, we unlock our minds, and hopefully more of this will start to flow, to open, to release, to transform. And to gather like this in safety and ease is sacred work. And with deep gratitude, I invite you all to welcome our opening keynote speaker, Dr. Vandana Shiva, who embodies the idea of planet justice, earth democracy, the future, wisdom and knowledge. Thank you.
Such a joy to be with all of you, to be with Slow Factory team, where Paloma reminded us of this land, the land which shaped the people and the diversity and the cultures, as Bill said, of beauty and peace. And Bill, thank you so much for having us in your space and for your creative work. Thank you, Céline, for for your welcome. All our cultures used to think till a few hundred years ago of the earth as living, of Terra Madre, as Gaia, of Pachamama, Earth, Prithvi, in my land, Vasundhara, Bhumi. You know, in India, we realize that this world is so beautiful, so diverse, so multiple in expression, it is ridiculous to name it with one word alone. So for everything, the river Ganges, Mother Earth, we have 1,000 names. And I think that is art. That is creativity. And when I started to work on soil, first it was said the soil is an empty container. And then started to try and get the literature on soil and land, because in all indigenous cultures, soil is not separable from land, is not separable from the people of the land, is not separable from the biodiversity of the land. And yet, in English, soil is just inert matter, land is just property, and every part was dismembered. It is a good time to remember we are part of the earth, and that the earth is alive. The earth is autopoietic. She writes her own poetry. She's self-organized. She's a self-regulating living system. And when Céline asked, how can climate and dance come together? They do in the earth. We forget this earth was a hot planet at 290 degrees. It was lifeless. And then one by one, all the intelligence of the microbes, of the plants, over 4 billion years, brought the temperatures down through photosynthesis, which I call the dance of creation, where carbon dioxide is taken and the sunshine, and together they absorb carbon dioxide, turn it into the molecule of life, carbohydrate, and give us our breath. We are alive because the earth is alive. The earth gives us life. We are part of nature. We are living because nature is alive. We are made of the same elements as the earth is made of, the Panch Mahabhutas in our language, the earth, the water, the fire, the air, and an element that's so vital to dance, space. Normally it's left out, but space is an organizing element. Living is participation in the processes of the living earth. We are the air, we are the breath. We are the water, we are the soil, we are the food. The air, soil, biodiversity, water, and food are the currencies of life. And even foundational issues like the flow of life through the biosphere was erased when the earth was declared dead, and at the same time, the land was declared property. When first Paloma and then Bill was speaking, and I'm saying, here I am from India, which used to be 25% of the world economy, and led to the creation of the East India Company, because the British got very jealous that Spain had sent out Columbus, who was actually coming to India. He didn't discover this land, for sure, but the reason everyone in their diversity across the Americas are called Indian, is because he thought he was coming to India for the spices. He didn't realize there was land in the middle. But they made a lot of wealth from the Americas, from Brazil, the Portuguese, but from the rest, the Spanish. So very similar to the papal bull that was written after Christopher Columbus. I think papal bull is 1993. The British got together, the 30 merchant adventurers, they were called, the pirates of the time, and wrote a charter and got Queen Elizabeth to sign it. December the 30th, 1600. The East India Company was born. And then because we were the largest producers of textiles for the world, to destroy our textiles, to steal our spices, to force us to grow indigo in slave conditions, and to grow cotton. An empire of cotton was created, and that empire of cotton led to the takeover of land that Paloma was talking about. It led to the fact that Bill, whose ancestors were African, is on this land and shaped this land. When you grab an entire continent, you then also grab the labor of those who must work this large land. And two things were done at the same time in terms of redefining our world, redefining our worldview. I have called it eco-apartheid, the separation of humans and nature, the illusion that humans are superior to other species, also called anthropocentric bias, built on a human apartheid. The apartheid was the word for separation in South Africa when South Africa was colonized. Apartheid literally means separateness. And it was created in order for the white colonizers to rule over the blacks. First also over the Indians, because most of the trade and most of the labor was being done by the Indians, who were taken as indentured labor. And human apartheid is the domination and discrimination on the basis of race, gender, religion, work, all worked on the false assumption that the colonizing man is superior to other cultures and other human beings, including the indigenous, the non-white, the colored, women, farmers, peasants, workers. This false assumption of superiority is used to enclose the commons that are cared for and shared by all members of the community, a word that Bill used. Enclosures allow the extraction and appropriation of resources that sustain our life. Now, the commons of England were being enclosed over 2 centuries. Locke was British. He didn't write a word about the British enclosures of the commons. But he wrote all his books on governance, on property, on North America, and the primitiveness of the people of North America. He says, they don't fence the buffalo. They don't know how to improve the land. And therefore, it's good that we leave them a little portion for their survival and take the rest to make it more productive. He even went further. He said, property, and it's the British who created property, because as in Africa, in Asia, in the Americas, land was a commons. We took care of the land. We were trustees of the land. Till British colonialism, I think it's 1783, Lord Cornwallis, in one little swoop of a pen, said, all the soil and land of India belongs to the British. And therefore, all the production is owned by the British. And therefore, the peasants, who were the custodians of land and had carefully, lovingly farmed for 10,000 years without degrading it, they now had to pay royalties. The transfer was 45 trillion in 200 years of British colonialism. But more importantly, since the peasants were paying these taxes at the cost of their lives, 60 million Indian peasants were pushed to famine. It's genocide. What happened to America is a genocide. To the indigenous people, what happened to Africa is a genocide. And ecocide and genocide are the consequence of defining the world in a particular way to ethically, spiritually, scientifically make colonialism norm. So Locke says property is created by mixing labor with nature. Well, we've been mixing labor with nature forever, but we didn't create property. We created life. We created care. We shared the commons. And then he goes on to say, but it's not the labor of the woman, the horse, the serf. It's the spiritual labor of the capital that owns the land. And suddenly, a fiction called capital, which in its Latin roots is related to the number of animals you have, but in the capitalism world, it's the spiritual force of creation. Capital suddenly became a spiritual force that creates property, creates wealth, and allows the appropriation and extraction of nature's wealth creation and wealth creation by people. I mean, you know, those factories in England, in Manchester and Lancashire, wouldn't be running if the slaves weren't working the cotton fields of this land. Shut the cotton fields and slavery down, those mills would come to a stop. But the mills were given anonymous power. And then you had a scientific revolution literally it's called the scientific revolution. And Mr. Bacon is called the father of this revolution. Now, who was Mr. Bacon? How many of you know about Francis Bacon, the father of modern science? Not the artist, the father of modern science. It's a bit dark, so I can't see. But at the same time of colonialism, when the Locks were justifying enclosures of the common and the grabbing of North American land, Bacon was rewriting our relationship with the earth and redefining nature. He was the Chancellor of England. His work was basically taking away the land of the peasants. And the reluctant peasants who fought had to be tortured. And it all merged with the Inquisition and the witch hunts. And his expertise was torture for the Inquisition. So what he worked on for torturing equipment to get the secrets out of rebellious women and rebellious peasants, he then applied to our relationship with nature. And that became science for our times. Science for me is to know. Science for me is to relate. Science for me is to care and know. We are surrounded by intelligence and living systems. Science for me is reverence. But Mr. Bacon's science was, he called it a masculine birth of time. He saw relationship as effeminate that was coming in the way of man's empire over the universe. And in this book, Masculus Partus Temporum, The Masculine Birth of Time, which he wrote in 1603, just think of it, 1600 East India Company, 1603 Mr. Bacon writes this book, Mr. Locke is writing around the same time, and all these fathers of the intellectual architecture of our times were part of a colonial project. So he says, I am come to you in the very truth, leading to you nature with all her children, to bind her to your service and to make her your slave. That's science for him. For us, science is to liberate every member of the Earth community. And that's what your festival is about. Planet Justice, are you here for it? The collective liberation because we are interconnected. And he goes on to say, since the dominion of man over nature rests only on knowledge, the key to man's mastery over the world lies in the epistemology of a mechanical philosophy. We had, of course, transcended this thinking within science itself. I did my PhD on the foundations of quantum theory. And in the quantum world, there's no separateness. We have non-locality. My thesis was on hidden variables and non-locality in quantum theory. Everything is connected. There's nothing like fixed entities, nothing like women are a second sex, blacks are inferior. These absolute determinate qualities that is not the way the world works. Everything is potential. And the evolution of potential depends on the relationship with the context. Fixed immutable entities are a fiction, constantly used to dominate over nature and dominate over people. And then uncertainty and indeterminateness. The quantum world is irreducibly uncertain. That's why you can't find hidden variables. The nature of the world is uncertainty, because the nature of the world is complexity and dynamic evolution. And for me, the most important principle of love, of celebration together, is there is no excluded middle. There is no duality, no exclusion. It's not you are either with me or against me. It's you are me. I am you. There's always and, not an either or. And the unfolding of the universe in potential at every point that quantum theory already showed us with the quanta is the unfolding of the universe in its dynamism and autopoietic reality. My big work since 1987 has been saving seeds. And I save seeds because under these mechanical philosophies, the corporations who brought us the poisons in agriculture, first to kill people in Hitler's Germany, later to define every insect as an enemy that must be exterminated, every weed, every plant as an enemy that must be exterminated with glyphosate and Roundup. We have an insect collapse. Just the day before, a new study came out in Europe that 80% of all birds have disappeared since 1980s because of the use of pesticides, something Rachel Carson had already written about in the 70s in her book, Silent Spring. These are technologies of extermination, and they're embedded in an economic paradigm of extermination. I've written a book called Oneness versus the 1%. And increasingly, especially the tech giants and the billionaires, are talking about the uselessness of 99% of humanity. We don't need 99% of humanity because artificial intelligence and robotics will do the work for us. But they said the same about nature. We don't need nature, we can substitute it. And my work in ecology over the last 50 years has been systematically to find claims to substitution are false. You can't substitute the soil food web with its rich diversity, the mycorrhiza, the fungi, with pouring a war chemical, synthetic nitrogen fertilizer. That's not a substitution. One generates life, the other spreads death. The synthetic nitrogen fertilizers are actually the single biggest contributor to climate change. They emit nitrous oxide, which is 300 times more damaging to the atmosphere and to climate balance than carbon dioxide is. But they also run off into the ocean. Just follow the Mississippi and see what it's doing. Dead zones. And they're spreading every day. And you pour nitrogen fertilizer into soil. You know, when I work with farmers and teach farmers, I take an earthworm and sprinkle a little urea, and the earthworm starts to die. Just that little lesson is enough for farmers to realize they're killing life. Because for them the story is, oh, you'll have a bumper crop. But you don't, because the more you destroy life of the soil, the more you destroy the productivity of the soil. And there's a negative productivity going, it's falling like this. 1 bag of urea now it needs 40 bags of urea to get the same production. And there's another unknown element about this. When I did my book, The Violence of the Green Revolution, I realized because fertilizers destroy the soil's capacity to hold water, and they kill. According to the women farmers, they burn the soil, they burn the plants. So you have to pour a lot of water. That's why 75% of the water on this planet is used for irrigation, for the chemicals. On the other hand, with organic matter, 1% organic matter in the soil can hold 160,000 liters in a hectare. So one is a regenerative technology, and the other is not just a degenerative technology, it's a destructive technology. The push for the separation and technologies of death, which ignore the technologies of living technologies of nature, living technologies of societies and communities that sustain societies over thousands of years. The Aboriginal people of Australia, 60,000 years of farming, most of Africa, most of America, Asia. There was a scientist called King who wrote a book about farmers of 40 centuries. Taking care of the land is the first relationship. Agriculture means care for the land. Production is a byproduct of care. In the industrial paradigm, production with violent extraction from the farmers, the news every day from India is tomatoes selling at 1 rupee a kilo, onions selling at 1 rupee a kilo. Farmers across the world are receiving 1% of what a consumer is paying because trade and agribusiness is taking the rest. And of course, just as land rent was created with private property, an attempt was initiated to create intellectual property in seed. That's the reason I started to save seed. I'm sitting at this meeting in 1987, and the corporations are saying, the meeting was called Laws of Life, and it was to address what the potential of the new biotechnologies is. In 87, there was no genetically modified organism in the world. The technologies of recombinant DNA had been found, but in 72, the scientists who had evolved those technologies had themselves put a self-imposed moratorium on recombinant DNA research of moving genes across species. They said, we know how to do it, but we don't know what it means ethically, ecologically. Until we have that understanding, we will not touch this technology, even for research. But then the industry got hold of it. And which industry got hold of it? The chemical industry. And at this meeting in 1987, they laid out and said, we're not making enough money. The greedy never make enough money. They don't know the idea of enoughness. Nature knows enoughness. In the soil, the mycorrhiza knows exactly how much of nutrient to take from where, for which plant. The plant knows what is enough for the fungi. Enoughness is the way limits work. Predation works by not knowing limits and treating extraction as your right. So they said, we are not making enough money. And then they went on to say, therefore, we have to use the tools of genetic engineering in order to take patents on life and on seeds. Now, a patent is an exclusive right granted for an inventor who has made something new. Seed is the poetry of life in never-ending continuity, never-ending renewal. A seed is autopoietic. You plant a seed, it'll give you 1,000 seeds, 1,000,000 seeds. Enough for the birds, enough for the pollinators, enough for the human beings, and enough for future of farming. But that was the problem. Because if this renewability carries on, then the extraction is not possible. So genetic engineering was used to take patents on seed and to introduce international laws to force patenting. And they laid it out at this meeting. By the year 2000, every seed will be genetically engineered. No farmer will have their own seed. It will be illegal for farmers to save and exchange seed. And this intellectual property rights law, which became the TRIPS agreement of GATT, which became WTO, was the aim. And Monsanto said, we wrote this agreement. We were the patient, the diagnostician, the physician, all in one. But by then I had started to work, not just on saving seeds. We've created 150 community seed banks across India. We've saved salt-tolerant seeds and flood-tolerant seeds and drought-tolerant seeds that are climate resilient. And every time there's a climate disaster, because the farmers have these seeds in their hands, they can bounce back. We've saved seeds of nutritious crops. This year is the year of millets, which was the staple food of all people in the world. Forgotten food, called primitive, like we were called primitive. And I took a commitment in 1930. We're going to make these forgotten foods future foods. We're going to make the forgotten knowledge of people and farmers the future knowledge of our relationship with the earth, of breeding, of agriculture. And I'm very happy that after these years, this year has been declared the year of millets, ecological regenerative organic farming is spreading everywhere. And of course, the poison cartel, as I call them, is trying, and the reason I call them the poison cartel is two simple facts. First, they make poisons, and they're a cartel. But the second is they change their names so frequently that, you know, we built up a movement against Monsanto. Millions were marching against Monsanto. Monsanto disappeared into Bayer. So if all you're looking is for Monsanto, they don't exist. A company called Union Carbide killed thousands in my country, in the city of Bhopal in the year 1984. Thousands. And children are still being born maimed. And there's been no justice. Union Carbide was eaten up by Dow. Dow merged with DuPont. They disappeared into Corteva. So you can't keep track with their names. So I just say poison cartel. The cartel that makes poison, and we can do without. So today, 60% of the seed is in the hands of these poison makers. But because we said no, 100% will not be, there's seed banks and seed saving taking place everywhere. Planet justice begins with the seed. Because life begins with the seed. And even in this country, I was just told, 130 million people are in deep poverty. This is the land of wealth. I see images from all over as even housing gets taken over by the BlackRocks. You know, in the book Oneness versus 1%, I realized that when Bayer bought Monsanto, actually Bayer did not buy Monsanto because both were owned by Vanguard and BlackRock. And these are the new asset management funds that grew very big after the collapse of Wall Street in 2008. And this is really the private banks and private wealth of the billionaires, beyond regulation. BlackRock is now buying land. BlackRock is buying entire blocks in cities like Toronto, cities like New York, and is also responsible for the fact that a limitless agribusiness expansion is the source for profits. And since it's now driving the companies, the invasion in the Amazon for growing GM soya, not for food for people, 90% of corn and soya being grown in the world today is for biofuel and animal feed. We don't need to feed animals beans. They don't like beans. They like grass. That's why they're called herbivores. But then we have billionaires who rewrite. They're the new Bacons of the world. Mr. Gates, you should prepare art on this. Mr. Gates has written a book called How to Deal with Climate Catastrophe. And we know a big part of the problem is fertilizers. He's standing in front of a fertilizer factory and saying, I love fertilizers. I'm happier than I look. And so it's not an accident that the nitrogen fertilizer issue doesn't enter even in the UN treaties, because there's huge profits in the fertilizer system. And then he goes on to say, you know, the cows had 4 stomachs. The bison with 4 stomachs roamed the plains of this country. And there was no problem. But he's blaming the 4 stomachs of the cow for methane and would like to re-engineer the cow, as he would like to re-engineer us. He's also, by the way, the biggest farmland owner of this country now. And there are new false solutions being offered for climate change and extinction. In my understanding, biodiversity extinction and climate change have the same roots. The roots are you disrespect the earth, you violate her, you constantly appropriate land from people and dispossess them. You dispossess people of the possibilities of growing food, producing textiles without fossil fuels and petrochemicals. You impose it on the world. And on the one hand, species disappear, 200 a day, 1 million threatened. And on the other hand, the biosphere and the biodiversity that organizes the climate start to get destabilized because of the dual causation of the disappearance of the biosphere on the one hand and substitution with fossil fuels. 600 million years of nature's work to fossilize dead plants and animals and turn them into coal and gas and oil. 600 million years. This should have been left underground. That's why she put it so deep down. If Mother Earth wanted us to use fossil fuels, she'd have kept them on the surface, like she gave us the plants. So we have to turn to the plants, which is nature's technology of cooling the climate. It is nature's technology of giving us food. So having started to save seeds, I also worked at that time with government to write laws that we don't invent the seed. We are members of an earth family, and the seed it's autonomous, seed is self-organized. Seed has been evolved and bred by our ancestors. So we wrote a law which says plants, animals, and seeds are not human inventions. In this country, the Supreme Court ruled seed is an invention of Monsanto, a self-replicating machine. So even 20 years down the line, if you buy grain in the market, you are stealing Monsanto's machine. And it's this reduction of life to a machine, which is for me the first scientific illusion. Life is not a machine. Life is self-organized autopoiesis, in symbiosis with each other. And as we move into the future, working together in symbiosis, working together in harmony, working together in our collective mutuality is our potential. The earth does not work in hierarchies. Of course, there are big plants and small plants. There are perennial trees and herbs. There are big mammals and the little ants that Céline talked about. But in earth democracy, no organism is a machine, and in earth's democracy, no species is privileged. Creating privilege is a colonial construct. Living in harmony is nature's way, and the way all communities that have lived in harmony over centuries have lived. The autopoietic nature of Gaia is democratic. In the earth democracy, there's a democracy of all life, from the tiniest microbe to Gaia as a whole. And every element is self-organized. Every part of every organism is self-organized. Every plant knows how to deal with pests. Every plant knows, with symbiosis with the fungi, how to get its nutrition. They've done now experiments. They starved a plant. They starved a tree, fed nourishment to one, and then fed partial nourishment to the third. And they thought there'd be consequences for each. The one that was not given nourishment, would be deprived. But the scientists found, because they put tracers, that the mycorrhizal fungi were, through democracy, were bringing nourishment to all the trees. It's not the external input that makes a difference. It's that amazing World Wide Web that's working quietly underground. And that World Wide Web is an amazing reminder of how alive the Earth is. We've also not just created privileged species through eco-apartheid, but we have all created the illusion that bigness somehow is a virtue. Now, in nature, every cell knows how much to grow, and then it dies out and is replaced. We are being replaced all the time. Our body is a new body all the time. The only cell that doesn't know when to stop growing is the cancer cell. So we've organized our economy and our technology around the cancer cell. The new dystopia that the billionaires like Mr. Gates are pushing very hard and funding in a big way, Silicon Valley and Gates, is the idea of farming without farmers and food without farms. Mr. Kerry, who's your climate expert of some kind. But he has just announced we will be passing a law to end farming. But that doesn't mean farming will end, it'll just end in the hands of small farmers and family farmers. Because if you're going to make factory food, you're going to make the Impossible Burger with 14 patents on it, you will still need feedstock. In that case, it's GM soybean. But in other cases, it is microbes that still have to be fed. And that feedstock, according to Bayer Monsanto, will be grown on larger farms, sprayed with bigger drones, now not growing food that we can go into our field and pick and eat, now growing raw material of carbohydrates and protein. Just as animals knew how to take care of themselves, the chicken knew how to brood for worms, the pigs knew how to feed themselves, the cows knew how to graze on a pasture, and they were taken and put into a prison of factory farms, and now fed about 70% of the grain of the world. And they're sick, and they're making people sick. They're making the planet sick. We already know 75% of the chronic diseases come from industrial, ultra-processed food. I remember the data from the city. During COVID, most of the people who were dying had other chronic diseases related to the junk food industry and industrial food system. I think it was the figure of 9% higher risk, 9.2% higher risk with diabetes, and 7.6% higher risk with cancer. The invasions into forests for growing raw material has already given us 300 new pandemics that didn't exist in the world today. Ultra-processed food is giving us sickness. Can you imagine a future where food, which is our communication with the earth, we grow food in the soil, we then feed the plants with nourishment from the soil organisms have much higher nutrition. Chemically grown food has lost 70% of its nutrition. This is all scientifically established data. We are not growing food, we are growing commodities. So at Navdanya, the movement I started, where we save seeds, we do ecological agriculture, we create local distribution systems. Just share with you some figures. They're trying to make a golden rice, genetically engineered golden rice. Rice for Pitmane, not wrong place to look for. But with biodiverse organic farms, Compared to monoculture chemical farms, carotene increases 391%, folic acid increases 267%, calcium increases 296%, iron increases 190%, magnesium increases 124%, potassium 174%, manganese 160%, zinc 164%. And the data on soils, even the soil scientists are getting absolutely amazed. The organic matter has increased 99% on organic soils. In the same period, the chemical soils lost 14%. One would think when you put nitrogen fertilizer, you have more nitrogen in the soil, lost 22%. And organic nitrogen in organic soils, created by the soil organisms, 100%. Zinc, 37% lost. That's why there's a zinc deficiency everywhere, which is responsible for depression and immunity loss, 14% higher in the organic farms. And this is established every time a study is done. Most of the time, studies aren't done. So you work in ignorance. You don't do a study, and you declare, oh, we produce more food, we feed the world. I spent now 40 years of my life showing that chemicals don't feed the world, corporations don't feed the world, poisons don't feed the world, love feeds the world, compassion feeds the world, indigenous people feed the world, the plants feed the world, the soil organism feeds the world. We know that the time and period of colonialism should come to an end, and we have to bring it to an end, just like we got rid of legal status of slavery. You know, when I was thinking of how do we fight the patenting of life, I said, patenting of life is enslaving life, just like there was enslaving people. And we said that it's not right. So we have to say, no, it is not right to enslave the earth. It is not right to pretend that by pitting ourselves in a war against the earth, we create real prosperity. We don't. It is not right that instruments and technologies of violence are viewed as the only technologies around. It's not right to think that the 1% are the only people with rights on this planet. It is not right to allow the violence of separation in a beautiful earth family and human family. We are one humanity on one earth. And I recently wrote a foreword to a really beautiful book on the living intelligence of organisms, plants and bees and ants, and the need to go beyond anthropocentric arrogance, that intelligence is somehow of those privileged people who dominate the world. Intelligence is life. Intelligence is in every human being. Intelligence is in every part of our youth. Even the gut is being called the second brain now. And that's why, for me, food is the ultimate link between us and the earth, is the path of justice, planetary justice and personal justice and community justice. And as the author of this lovely new book I just written a foreword to says, when the human universe opens to the universes of our planetary relatives, we become citizens of a biological multiverse. We now embrace the future with a sense of wonder and responsibility never experienced before. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vandana Shiva. We are so honored to have you here today. For us in the movement of climate justice, Dr. Vandana Shiva is not only a thinker and a philosopher and an activist, but a mother for this movement. So we're so honored again. Thank you so much. I want to also thank Flamingo interpreters who are providing American Sign Language interpretation to everyone online. And we have a little delay. Some of our speakers on the next panel are stuck in traffic. So I would suggest, if you want to stretch your legs, have a run to the bathroom, maybe we give ourselves a 5-minute break and come back here for 4:05, and that would be a good time. Is that okay with everyone? And again, if you go outside, please have a conversation with your neighbors, say hello to everyone. I know we started in a very solemn way, and I hope you can turn around and look at each other and say hello. We are, as Dr. Vandana Shiva said, you know, part of a family here, and it's such an intimate space that I do hope that this inspires conversation amongst yourselves. So thank you. And back at 4.
I'm back just to mention something I forgot, which is that with the seed saving and the protection of biodiversity, a beautiful farm has evolved, and on it an Earth University, really learning from nature. And we do courses on returning to the Earth. How do we live on this Earth as an Earth family, as Earth democracy? And in the process produce more food, provide better for people's needs. I have a few flyers. Our big course is in September, but I have a few flyers which I will leave at the Slow Factory desk, and you can pick them up. Otherwise, you can write to earthuniversity@navdanya.net. I hope we'll welcome some of you in India. Thank you.
And now we are going to be watching a film, The Devil You Know by Aja Monet. It's not going to be the full film because it's very, very long, but it's going to be a meaningful excerpt. Thank you.
The devil you know taxes the air we breathe, privatizes the water, profits off homelessness, strangles the land and injects hormones in animals, rapes the people and rewards the rich, charges you for being sick, sends a bill to your loved ones with interest when you die, laughs at us coughing up our lungs, gulping water, lead dripping off our chins, buys private ships to the moon, dancing with your demons, the selfish, individualistic part of you, the one who'd rather not have a foot on your neck, or who shows up to the rally after sipping sweet comfort at a corporate gig that pays you just enough to die a little slower, tithing community, fostering care, how being black or woman or queer or trans or other or human or inhumane, computer or code, able-bodied, 10 fingers, 10 toes, running or right or wrong, how none of it matters when the earth is a handwritten letter from the past, a ghost sculpted in blood, cities sweating bitter memories, flooded by crawling maggots and swollen hurt, how the sewers sing of old sidewalks, and cool breezes are fairy tales we spoon-feed our children in the heat. And we were never ourselves had we known who we are without greed. A world decorated by betrayal. If we had a sense of humor, we'd be more radical. More migrant than citizen, we'd breathe the air clean and ration our resources, gathering hugs and holds set to bloom in pebbles of rain, reasoning with riverbeds, rinsing in daylight, ridding pipelines and fossil fuels. We would melt all the guns. We would melt all the guns. The moist in the back of our knees, the lick between knuckles mocking evil, and all its ill-designed destruction. We would choose the scar, we would bulldoze the walls, and plant windows where widows weep, beautiful green lakes hushed in our cradling arms. We'd become the tiny brooklet kissing creeks. We are near a point of no return. A wounded woman scorned, temper sharp as 1,000 shards aimed in one direction. I am weary for weeping. Me too, she whispers. Me too, the earth said.
Thank you, everyone. This work was by Aja Monet. Aja Monet is an organizer, an artist, an activist, and her recent album, The Devil You Know, is available on all platforms where you download music. It's a visual album. I really recommend you all checking it out. And now, without further ado, please help me welcome this panel. I have Dr. Maytha Alhassen. Rachel Cargle is running late, but she will be joining us. Ijeoma Oluo, Wawa Gatheru, Elena Gonzales, and myself as the moderator. What a beautiful, intimate conference. At Slow Factory, we're so used to having large spaces, and we purposefully and intentionally wanted to have an intimate one for this coming back of study hall since 2020. The last study hall was in 2020, just before the pandemic. And I also want to acknowledge that this panel about making the revolution irresistible is borrowed from Tony Cade Bambara, who says, quote, "As a culture worker who belongs to an oppressed people, my job is to make the revolution irresistible." This panel in itself is a revolution, and it is irresistible. Part of our work with Slow Factory is to make important and complex information accessible to the public, building power through art and education, breaking the boundaries and the silos that exist, that tend to operate in a divide and conquer mindset, focusing on everything and understanding that we exist within an interconnected and interdependent ecosystem. The eco part of the system is often separated from the whole, and that is how capitalism works. We've heard that from Dr. Vandana Shiva. Each panelist here represent a particular part of our ongoing revolution, a revolution and a renaissance within, with Rachel Cargle, who will join us in a minute when she finally makes her way here because there's a lot of traffic. A revolution of culture with Ijeoma Oluo, an intersectional and intergenerational revolution with Wawa Gatheru, a revolution in the art world with Elena Gonzales, and a mediatic revolution with Maytha Alhassen. Let's begin with Ijeoma, because I know, and we have recently connected because you are writing a book about a revolution. Can you tell us a little bit in your words what has brought you to writing a book about the revolution? How do you define it? What do you understand? What your research has brought you to, have as observations and insights about the revolution?
Thank you, and it is a real pleasure to be here. I have been writing on issues of race and identity for years, and my current book came really out of a frustration with anyone who does this sort of work is used to hearing people go, "Oh, well, this is awful. Of course, racism is awful. I wish there was something we could do about it." And there are people doing things about it every day. And what I wanted to do, especially with how traumatic work documenting violent white supremacy and patriarchy can be, I wanted to do something, one, that wouldn't extract from me in that sort of violent way, but also acknowledge what people are doing and what people have been doing, and people who may not get a book deal, who may not have spotlight on them, because the truth is, we exist because of that work, right? And I think a lot of times it is easy to become very pessimistic because the violence is very, very real. And it is important to remember that we exist because of this revolutionary fight that has been going on for multiple generations and is going on and is being carried forward. And so my book is really looking at that. And I have been so blessed by the movement work community to be able to talk with dozens of movement workers, yourself included, to talk about not only the journeys of people who do this work from all walks of life, but what methodologies they're often using, what is stopping people from being able to do this work and get out of this work. And so for me, one thing that's become really true for me when I think about revolution is that it is collective. It is collective and hyperlocal at the same time. It is really about connecting with your community, leaning towards freedom together and recognizing how your freedom is tied into the freedom of others. and being able to build towards that. But I think I've also realized I haven't met anyone who does this work long term who isn't constantly learning. And a huge part of that is being open to the idea that freedom is going to surprise us, that liberation will surprise us, that no matter how much reading we do, part of our brain is still conditioned by these oppressive systems that we are in. And we have to be willing to embrace and welcome it instead of being scared of that. And so looking at that and the things that seem like challenges now and letting that become joy in your life, I think is a part of revolution that we often discount. We discount the joy of finding out something new about ourselves and our capabilities. We are so obviously caught up in this emergency. But I always like to think of it as there is the train coming at you and the cancer within you. And when the train is coming at you, it's really easy to say, we have to move this train, we have to move this train. This is all that matters. And we can focus on that and not realize that the cancer within is also doing its work. And if we recognize that collectively, there are other people who can better control that train, especially the people driving that train, while we can work together to see what we can do to heal internally, I think that we will find revolution a lot quicker and in a lot more sustainable ways that can't be stolen. And being able to talk with people in the ways in which they are finding that, seeking that, building that in some of the hardest conditions has been beautiful, because it reminds me that revolution is always accessible. It's always here. And every day we can wake up and have a little piece of it. It is not just this future thing that we're building for. I mean, that is a real thing. But every single day, there is some of it to be had.
Yes. I love the analogy of the train is coming at us, as at the same time there's a cancer within us. And Dr. Angela Davis says we have to be able to work both inside and outside, inside, outside. And that is very much resonating with me and with the work we do at Slow Factory. There's a delicate balance of being able to do that. Wawa, I want to give you the chance to talk as well. Your platform and work highlights the works of Black environmentalists, quite directly a position that opposes colonial and often racist paradigms around environmental justice. What does planet justice look like from your vantage point?
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. I'm really, really nervous as well, just because all of you are such powerhouses, and I'm just in complete awe. So first, I just want to affirm that and also introduce Black Girl Environmentalist. So Black Girl Environmentalist is a nonprofit that I founded back in 2021 that exists really to steward joy and power amongst Black women, Black femmes, Black non-binary identifying individuals in the environmental and climate space, a space that has for so long really not been accessible for us. And so much of my understanding of planet justice is really understanding the intrinsic relationship that we as Black women, as African descendants have with the land. BGE, my work as an individual, my legacies, and what I hope to leave behind really is grounded in the eco-womanist tradition. So eco-womanism is a theology that is grounded in African cosmologies that really believes and understands that we have a really intrinsic relationship with the planet in the ways that we theorize, in the way that we practice spiritual activism, in the ways in which we come to our religious understanding of the earth. And in doing so, I think that planet justice allows us to go beyond just fighting against the existence of sacrifice zones. I think when it comes to environmental justice scholarship, it's no accident that Black and Indigenous matriarchs have really rose to the occasion of protecting both planet and our communities because we have this intrinsic relationship. However, so much of EJ scholarship in the sight of, the Americas has been grounded in resistance, and not only in resistance of not necessarily getting to experience joy and power beyond surviving, right? And I think what we really need to be working towards is really understanding power and joy as a site for us to really grow, power as a place where we can be resourced and connected, and joy as a site for us to experience the beauty that comes with community. And those two together are the pathways for us to really seed the collective change that we need in our movements, and also in returning to the land. I was recently on a panel with other Black women talking about our intergenerational experiences in the climate movement, and Amber Starks, who's this incredible Afro-Indigenous woman, was talking about how we really need to move away from building towards having a seat at the table, because the table is colonial, the table is anti-woman, the table is transphobic, and the table was never made for us. We have to return to the land. And when she said that, I remembered why I do this work, because it's been my mother, my grandmother, the ancestral knowledge that's really embedded in our DNA that comes from, my lines in Kenya and our relationship with Mount Kenya. And, it's that we have to return to, the land as our mother, and understanding that when we return to the land, we're returning to ourselves.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy that you mentioned Amber Stark. Amber is one of our fellows at Slow Factory. We've worked with her for a few years now on Open EDU classes and other things, which brings me to Maytha, who is also a fellow at Slow Factory and also an instructor as part of Open EDU. We've worked with you so much. Your work is so deeply rooted in the media. To quote again Malcolm X, because Al-Hajj al-Malik al-Shabazz is his birthday today, he famously said, the media's the most powerful entity on earth. They have the power to make the innocent guilty and to make the guilty innocent. Media has the power to influence minds, ideas, behaviors, and attitudes of the masses. I know your work is so intertwined with Malcolm X's work. Your work is also about media, not just the role of the media as the critics of media, which you also have looked into, but also the work within the media. And that's, again, with the idea of working both inside and outside. Tell me a little bit about that and the revolution that you're creating.
Thank you again for having me, and I'm so grateful to be in conversation with this panel. It's just brilliant women, and the whole day to be part of this historic conversation around planet justice. So there's so much to be said with Malcolm, and today he was born May 19th, 1925 in Omaha, Nebraska. In one of the speeches that popularized this line about the media turning the victim into the criminal and the criminal into the victim, he actually spoke it at the Audubon in December 13th, 1964. And it was actually extemporaneous. He was waiting on a speaker, funny enough, to come in traffic. And here we have, woo! So the greatest things come when we wait patiently for folks. Yeah, he was waiting, and he had in about an hour he was making up time for. And the conversation that day was about Congo. And I think people forget that, but what Malcolm was trying to do was illuminate what was happening in the Congo, how the US was intervening in an imperialist war and had killed their first prime minister, Patrice Lumumba, in 1961. And what he did was he said what you just said. And he also said, the newspapers, you have to be careful, because if you're not, they will have you hating the people who are being oppressed and loving the people doing the oppressing, right? And yes, give Malcolm a hand for that one. And then he goes on and he talks about what is happening in the Congo, and he's such a scholar, not only of revolution, but of media as well. And he goes by headline after headline to tell you what was really happening in the Congo. And part of this conversation too was getting Black Americans to see it's not just Mississippi, it's Mississippi and the Congo. And it's this relationship between we're sending our people to the South to help organize a freedom movement, but we're also sending them, like in a political consciousness sort of way, back to Africa. And so part of what he was doing was trying to break through the ways that you were mentioning, divide and conquer, that the media was having this isolated, sort of narrow, myopic focus that it imposed on people to see just one thing instead of our interconnectedness, our interdependence. And something else that I found really interesting too, because Malcolm, as I said, is a theorist of revolution. He's also an engaged witness, and part of the work of witness making, and I'll go back to critical media and creative media, because this is integral to it, is in Arabic, the phrase witness, shahada, shaheed, shahid, are 3 letters that also mean to testify. You cannot be a witness and not testify. And it's very interesting that we separate those words in English. So that's why I've called it engaged witness, because you can't help. If you're witnessing what's happening in the Congo, you have to tell it to the Audubon audience. You can't help but have that on your lips wherever you go. Seeds, what's happening with the land. I mean, what Paloma just said, what will the land tell about us, right? What is the land witness to right now around us? So anyways, going back to Malcolm's, what I call critical media literacy, just demonstrated all of that. There was also a creative media literacy that he was a part of. And that's what we have to remember, that we are in that. We are participants, we're active. And he was the revolutionizer of the soundbite. What can you remember from Malcolm? Multiple quotes, multiple phrases, because he knew how to use the media, but he was also in conversation with press that was beating back against mainstream media, and that was black press, the Amsterdam News, which was down the street. The other thing that I want you to think about, in the Slow Factory Open ADU, we led with media is never neutral. And of course, there is no normative good and bad media. But now more than ever, we are the creators of media. We are the history makers of media, and every day that we not only post, but we share something, we're contributing to this media ecosystem. And the other thing that I want folks to think about is, we have this famous phrase in the movement work that speaking truth to power. No, we're speaking truth to domination because we are power. And that part is crucial. So if we knew to be critical media literate, that will set us up to be creative media literate and active as well.
Yes.
That's the work.
Woo. I'll get back to you, Rachel. But Elena, speaking of media literate, OMG. Thank you so much, Maytha. Oh my God, I love this panel. And I love this day. Thank you so much, Bill T. Jones, and thank you, Janet, for this opportunity for us at Slow Factory. That's like we live for these conversations. Elena, with your leadership at MoMA PS1, you've shifted and embraced communities and cultures that are often ignored and purposefully left out of museum spaces. With Homeroom at MoMA PS1, your team has opened the door to artists, activists, community leaders, organizers, and in the hopes of making the revolution irresistible. Last year, when you invited Slow Factory to activate Homeroom, our friend and peer Jess Chung said, after visiting the exhibition, quote, "Slow Factory makes the revolution accessible," end quote. And I owe it to you. What is the role of the art world within this ongoing revolution?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Céline. This morning I was at PS1, and the first thing I do every day when I get there is I water my terrarium that we made together. And it's just such a nice way to sort of come into the office and ground myself and remember why I'm doing this work, this actual work of watering life. But I think for me, when I think about museums and cultural institutions, I really want to name the revolution that we're talking about. So for me, working at MoMA PS1, which is sited on Canarsie land that is now known as Queens, it's the place, one of the most diverse places in the world. There are over 400 languages spoken, and the vast majority of New York City's working class migrant workforce, of which actually 10% is undocumented, that runs and fuels the city, that protected us, served us, fed us, cleaned us, cared for us throughout the pandemic, really putting their bodies on the lines. That's where PS1 is. So for me, I'm really thinking about this cultural revolution that honors Black and Indigenous wisdom, and that's really by and for working class peoples. So often I see museums approach this work through the question of representation, right? Let's just put some Black and brown bodies on the walls and keep it moving, without actually changing the way that museums operate. And that's something that Bell Hooks was writing about in the 90s. She was noticing this resurgence of, at that moment, really Black figuration and portraiture, but noticing that that was doing nothing to transform the material reality of the communities that were being depicted. So in my work, I'm really thinking about, okay, what is the material reality? And also, how can we shift the way that these places work? It's not enough to show the work, you have to embody it. And for me, that's about adopting abolitionist frameworks of collaboration, of consensus building, something that we did together, Céline, last year. So last year, Slow Factory came and adopted Homeroom as really a site, a hub of creation. And through that, rather than doing this sort of service model that museums like to do, Paulo Freire calls it the banking model of knowledge, where you're being bestowed knowledge, you're being taught onto, always oppressed peoples are being taught, rather than people taking up knowledge and saying, actually, I have things to show, I have things to teach. So with that, with Slow Factory, we did exactly that. We had workshops, we had things that were done in ASL, we created terrariums. I love this thought of joy that's so important in liberation work. So that's one thing that I think about a lot. And also right now we've collaborated with Malika, which actually I met Rana Abdelhamid through you, Céline, which I think also speaks to the power of community building. It's not networking. It's like actually building genuine relationships that are generative. So with Rana and 12 women from Little Egypt and Astoria, we worked together to look through their archives, their oral histories, their migration documents, passports, all sorts of ephemera, to, with them, tell the story of how they built up Little Egypt, starting from the 90s until now. And it might not seem like a radical gesture to tell these stories, but when you see that museums have for centuries told stories of particularly Egyptian and North African women without their consent, without their collaboration, the very act of doing this together, they wrote the labels, they said how they wanted to be, had their portraits taken. We're going to be doing some self-defense, some financial literacy classes as well. You see that it's actually a really radical gesture of doing this together. And so I think a lot about consent in the museum space. So much is done, so many stories are told without consent. And to uplift what you were sort of saying, Ijeoma, this idea that freedom is like, you're always enacting freedom. I think a lot about Ruth Wilson Gilmore's idea that freedom is a place. She says the conditions for freedom are always being made by cultural workers. How can museums be a site of freedom? And I think just looking today, this is a place of freedom making.
Just to give a little context, the homeroom experiment that we created together, this amazing invitation, we created an unattended classroom, like a classroom that was left for you to vandalize. And this was, very, very Slow Factory in a way where we take ownership of, we are reclaiming education, we're reclaiming knowledge, we're reclaiming this classroom that felt like prison when we were growing up, that we passed notes and vandalized the desks and wrote everywhere and drew everywhere. And so we left a gigantic green blackboard with tons of chalk, tons of Post-it notes, and through the 3 months that we were there, the community just layered and layered and layered and layered messages of hope, messages of wisdom, just I was here and a hand, or like children drawing, and it was such an amazing place of freedom that you created. So thank you for that. Rachel, welcome.
Thank you so much, everyone.
When we talk about revolution, we also, it's both inside and outside. And so we talked with Ijeoma about the train coming at us, which is the symbol of capitalism, colonialism, all of these systems of oppression, and the cancer within. And your recent book is about a renaissance. It's about a revolution in and of itself, your personal revolution. And you interconnect so well with this idea that working inside yourself, working outside in community. When we sat down recently together, we both shared over lunch that we were so tired of anger and we had outgrown anger. Now, that does not mean we're not angry. And that does not mean that that anger is not righteous. Righteous anger, yes, anger is sacred, but we must transcend anger at some point. Can you tell me a little bit about that, about your work in revolution and the renaissance that you've experienced writing this book?
Yes. Thank you for having me. I'm so inspired by all of you and grateful to be here. A lot of my own revolution work is inspired by a lot of what Toni Cade Bambara said about the revolution starting with the individual. And I've been doing a bit of interpersonal work and figuring out how that shows up in the work that I do in community and in more collective ways. And when I started going through a lot of my own personal healing journey, particularly after my mother's passing and dealing with my sisters going through addiction, these things that fit into the social context of how Black people get to exist, how well we get to be in the world, there was so much anger inside of me, inside of my body, inside of my psyche. And I realized that particularly in the way that I was doing my work online, I had made a career of it. I had made a career of trying to process this anger that was inside of me, and I had found this particular conduit of looking at racism within the feminist movement. But when I started to be more considerate about what the anger inside of me meant and how that might be projecting into the work that I was doing, I was learning through therapy that anger is kind of a lens feeling, but it's really, anger usually means something deeper. Anger usually means grief. Anger usually means sadness. Anger usually means frustration. And so I started to try to apply that to the movement. Like, what are these feelings that we're not actually tapping into because we're just in the rage, we're just in the anger of it? And opportunity for me to explore that personally, and then to try to apply that to my own hopes towards freedom, my own hopes towards being, a person who can help us. I talk a lot about my highest values of ease, abundance, and opportunity. And on my way over here, I was thinking, what is it that desperate counters against? Those are the things. And so that we have is 800 barriers to get through due to all of these oppressions that are being put on. Considering the scarcity that we often have within ourselves, thinking about my mother being on welfare. And my mom used to, I knew that my mom put me in a white school because she thought it was better. And the scarcity of ourselves, the scarcity of not feeling like we have enough to give each other. And then also looking at opportunity and the feeling that we are constantly creativity of self-actualization because we're trying to survive, we're trying to pay our rent, we're trying to make sure our children aren't killed when they're walking through the streets. And it's been such an incredible opportunity to learn out loud, to think out loud. I feel like that's part of my work, to be thinking out loud and healing out loud and growing out loud. And I think that there's so much, the word that's coming to mind is there's so much kindness when we start to be deeply considerate of how we heal ourselves because of how that pours into our collective liberation. When we're able to really take a moment and say, what am I doing? How am I doing it? And how can this pour into what the rest of us are doing? I think of the visualization of like a Black Panther with the rifle, and I find that image just as powerful as a photo of the women serving breakfast to the children. I think they're doing the same work. None is more radical. They're both the same work. And so I am inspired by the idea that there are many avenues to how we can show up. And I've decided that anger is no longer my avenue. And I'm going to try to find ways to show up in this work. And with the foundation, the Loveland Foundation, we're providing therapy to Black women and girls, and people often say, why don't you expand the demographic that you're working with? And I feel like Black women and girls are the most direct conduit to us being able to make large leaps towards healing. You know, when women in most spaces, and in my best understanding, Black women, when they're healed, our homes are healed, relationships are healed, communities, neighborhoods, organizations. And so I don't think it is not a worthy use of time to do the interpersonal work, to do the work, to be critical of each other and say, hey, I see this in you, I'm reflecting this, and this is how I hope you can grow, and doing the work within ourselves, being critical of ourselves, because I find it to be one of the most potent ways to show up in the revolution is to care for ourselves and grow in ourselves and feel strong in that. And Toni Cade Bumbar's work has really inspired me to find that self-healing a worthy use of my time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Which brings me to this question. I mean, we can go on and on about the self-healing and the needs for healing. And I know, Ijeoma, you may want to add to that, because in your book, we did discuss that before I jump to the next question. Do you want to echo something?
Yeah, I would love to. And lovely to be. I know, like, just a moment. Yeah, this is a long time coming. I was talking with Tanmeet Sethi the other day, and she has been working and writing on internal revolution. And what you were saying, a lot of what you were saying appealed to me and reminded me of this conversation we had, because one thing she said that struck me in this way, as Black women, we talk a lot about things like epigenetics, right? And so if you're not familiar, it's the fact that and to expand upon that, it's important to recognize this is not generation after generation, which is how we talk about it. What it is our body saying, this harm is so real and feels so permanent that I need to pass down my response to it so that future generations know how to deal with it. And where that can become a problem is that the tools we use in crisis when we have little resources can stop us from utilizing new resources we have, right? So often in therapy, what we learned is to bless the things that we did to survive when we had less tools and recognize they may not serve us. Well, when it's epigenetic, that can be difficult because it is now in your DNA. But one thing she said that really gave me pause was, if that can be epigenetic, why can't healing? Why can't we put in a cellular level these new skills? Why can't we honor that gift that was given to us by integrating what we have now and being able to pass that on to future generations and really honor that as part of our story of survival? And so watching this, especially because we have existed in similar spaces for so long, and watching that shift and that journey has been so beautiful to see. Because I think that we, of course, have to name it in anger. It is so important to name our anger, because if we don't, someone else will name it for us, and they'll name it in their own image, in their own benefit. But once that does, we have to dig deeper and say, exactly, what is it for? What are we angry for? And usually there's great love at the source of it. And so being able to serve that, I think, is such a healthier space. So I love what you said, and I'm also very excited for you.
Thank you. That means a lot to be reflected. And I also have to say that my newest, most potent understanding of community is reflection, is seeing and being seen. And that can be from a stranger who looks at you and say, you look like you're having a bad day, let me get you a cup of water or something kind, or even being able to hear from someone who has witnessed you. This idea of being seen and witnessing others, the concept of witness, that feels so revolutionary to me. Not revolutionary as if it's a new thing that hasn't been done, but as a tool, a new tool to pick up, to use in the midst of anger, to see and be seen. Yes, so thank you for seeing me.
And in this panel, we are seeing each other and being seen, and it's very healing. Everything we do is very grounded in healing, personal healing, collective healing, and even in our very existence. Our very existence is revolutionary, you know. I was just reflecting on that with a friend when I gave her a tour of the drums that we did outside. And you know, as Arab women, you know, what I'm doing is like I'm the first in my entire family. I'm sure Maytha, you could relate. Like we didn't have that space. We were not invited to be speaking and to being seen and to being wearing men's clothes and to and to being out here and speaking out loud about our emotions, our thoughts. And so our very existence, and every one of you, your existence is a revolution in and of itself. I would love to hear you riffing on that idea of you being here, your existence, and the fact that, you know, every day it's an act of revolution. Maytha, Wawa, Elena.
I mean, you called out something which was so fascinating. You know, you were talking about wearing man's clothes here on stage. Do you remember those images? Maybe it was in the late 19th century or early 20th century with Lebanese women with the fez, and then they wore those suits as well. It just reminds me that the 1%, the poisonous cartel, how quickly they destroy our consciousness about ourselves. And how long that it's lived in our epigenetics prior to the 100 or the 400 years of destruction of how to regenerate, of how to heal. And so for me, tapping into that world has been really making a renewal with the spiritual unseen. I think we have to recap. And mysticism, you know, there's no surprise that astrology is becoming this conversation that in conversation with astronomy. Those two never, when they were born, they weren't separated till like 100 years ago when they came up with this thing called horoscopes, you know? So it's to remember that wholeness, but another part of it for me has been, you know, Rumi talks about going to the root of the roots. And again, I'm having all these soil metaphors, but what I think about with that and what it means to really go beyond the individual and the anthropocenic understanding of how we connect to each other in the earth, it is to actually shed the human and reveal the divine. Because once we sit with that, what does it mean to be part of this sentient cycle? What possibilities emerge for us? And I mean that even in the most minute moments of that reflection. What do I see in you that is divine, so that I can see it in myself and know that I cannot be somebody who mode and moment of that life and death. So I mean, there are a lot of little daily things that we do, but I think for me, also coming from the tradition of witness, I can't help but testify. And I'll just end with this. Another root word in with witness and testify is martyr, interesting enough. So you say, how are all these words connected? And so what I say is, especially since the word shahada and shaheed has always, in a Quranic sense, been in the context of being a witness for the oppressed. it's to say that if you witness an injustice, a part of you dies, and you can only be reborn in the telling. So I just look for those moments that I can be reborn. That's it.
I'm so intrigued by the study of it, looking at root words. I use a lot of the language of like intellectual ancestry and doing this study that gives us clues that might not have been able to be said because women weren't able to speak at a particular time, or not able to be found because, you know, Black people didn't have the chance to write or have the opportunity to learn how to write. And I think there's something mystical in this study that we get to do, whether it's like anthropologically or like in the space of astrology. I'm so moved by the clues that I find, and sometimes I feel like they're just for me. Like they were like, Rachel's gonna come one day and she's gonna find this. But also all of us showing up with our interests. I do not think it is by happenstance what we find interest in, what we're drawn to, and I'm speaking to myself in this space, encouraging myself and all of us to like really tap into that study and finding those clues, because there is clues and there is information that bring us back to that whole circle. And one of the biggest places I find that inspiration is in nature. Like, I am so moved when the sun rises every morning. Like, it's so loyal. It's so loyal. I'm moved by it. Yes. I'm moved by it. When the spring comes back, like in the depths of winter, and it comes back, I'm like, I am loved by this earth. You came back for me. And that this romantic relationship with the earth is one of the biggest inspirations in us, that in the depths of everything, the sun still comes up, the spring still comes, the sun still shines. It truly, I'm in awe of it every single time, that over all of these years, it still comes up. That really inspires as reminders of each other, and language is another really beautiful way, and I appreciate you sharing those root words, and I'm looking forward to digging into more root words the second I get home tonight.
I want to add another language also, that language is so sacred, like having the words to express what we are trying to express. Even like, you know, for us in the beginning, through anger, we were a lot about anti this and anti that, and we don't want this and we don't want that, to a point where someone asked me, what do you want? What do you want? Especially my mom being like, okay, what do you want? And then I was like, what do I want? And I didn't have words to say what I wanted, you know? And through my friendship also with Christine Platt, which I know you know, the idea of blood memory, okay? And it's something that she used to write her first book. She was, you know, she dove right in and wrote this amazing historical fiction straight from blood memory. And when she shared that with me, my whole body was covered in goosebumps, and I was like, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know blood memory. Because again, like in the Arab struggle, for instance, like the first thing they burned was our archives, our books, you know, and when I hear you, Maytha, I feel like Sikh is so good, because I know that, you know, our history predates the struggle that you all are seeing on TV, where we are the shaheed, the martyr, the martyr in every single way. We predates that time, and we are, you know, in our histories and the blood memory, this idea of knowledge, of astrology, of contemplation of the earth, you know, of learning what to do with our food and what to do with each other, of healing, and etc. So when she said blood memory, that was another word that allowed me to open up my mind about something that I never learned at school. And again, maybe Wawa, you want to talk about that a bit, because through your work too, you have kind of tapped into this idea of knowledge that is not something that you found in your books or at school or in any which way, that you tapped into on a spiritual level, if I may say.
I mean, my earliest experiences of joy were in relationship with the land. My first actual memory is watching my mom and grandmother tend the land in our backyard. My mom and my grandmother, who recently passed, were immigrants to the U.S. And I remember my mom told me that when my dad and her first got their first home, there was this overgrown lot in her backyard. And she was like, I want to return to the land, because that was the first thing that it was like her instinct, because she grew up on a farm. So the first thing she wanted to do with her free time was to really turned that overgrown lot into this fertile garden of familiarity, and she spent weeks hovered over that plot, and I spent all my earliest memories there. And I remember being so young, elbows deep in the soil, and just so in awe of them, the way that they would magically transform, the seeds and tend to the soil, and somehow it magically transform into the cuisine I grew up eating. And it's really that relationship and being able to see that has really allowed me to even see myself as an environmentalist. It wasn't through, being an environmental student. It wasn't through the mainstream climate movement. It was returning to the space where I'm from. And, I think this idea of blood memory and the concept of being able to return to the land as a site of joy, it's really been healing for me, because growing up, I always thought there was this paradox. In school, the Black agricultural experience was only described and depicted as one of subjugation, and there's just so much more than that. And it's in remembering and understanding folks like Harriet Tubman as someone that had a very deep and unique relationship with the land, of being able to really guide people through force and with the North Star. She was an OG environmentalist, and
she was a herbalist.
She was. And with Black girl environmentalists in the spaces that we're cultivating, for us to really not only recognize that very unique genealogy that we have and really affirm that it's always been there, it's also an understanding that the earth and our experience in the environmental justice movement isn't just from a site of extraction. We can experience joy. And that's why I love, for me, when I understand revolution, and my journey with it is understanding that we practice revolution in our organizing spaces. We take the time to articulate what is it that we're moving towards by creating those dynamics amongst our loved ones, so that in the time of revolution, when it comes to us, when it happens, we are well prepared, and we're giving ourselves the tools to do that. And that's why it's just so amazing to be able to have a community of like Black women and Black femmes that are pushing ourselves to discover what that looks like for us, because we realize that the world isn't going to do it for us.
I just wanted to say that's beautiful, and there's a thing I'm trying to do whenever we uplift the name of Harriet Tubman. She was a brilliant, amazing revolutionary and a disabled Black revolutionary, and I want to just make sure that we always put that in there, because it is a huge part of her legacy that is often denied us, and in our community, in our disabled community, it is really vital that we acknowledge that.
I'm going to end on something that I would like to invite Elena to comment on, because you see, the environmental movement is not us just hiking, planting trees. I just want to say that every single one of you is an environmentalist, and your work, Elena, in abolition and environmentalism has led you to something so magical. Can you help me close with this thought about solitary gardens?
Yeah, so another project that I worked on at PS1 was with the artist Jackie Semel, who has she's incredible. She's long looked at the intersection between ecology and abolition. She's done this through sustaining long-term relationships with people who are in prison, particularly people who are serving sentences of solitary confinement, and through letter writing, asking them, what would you grow in your garden? And through that, along with direct activism, she's worked with folks to get them out of the prison system, a lot of incredible advocacy work. And there's this beautiful moment of people returning home and seeing this garden that they've grown for 20 years with Jackie. And through that work, we were able to collaborate with a group of young girls, young women from the Lower East Side Girls Club, also women who live in Queensbridge Houses, which is the largest public housing project in North America. It's a 15-minute walk from PS1. And a place where incredible music and hip hop and activism come out of. And it was just so amazing to see how these girls' understanding of their community shifted. No longer was the Queensbridge lot where New York City Housing Authority throws their garbage and the NYPD frankly does nothing and just kind of posts up. It was not just like an empty lot. They suddenly were like, oh, actually, there's this thing growing that I got a bug bite, and I now know that I can actually just rub this on myself, and it's medicine. And also this idea of shifting the way we think about weeds. Jackie would always say nothing is a weed because that's a colonial construct. If anything, grass is a weed because it does nothing but extract. And sort of to end the reflection, there's something that Jackie always says that I think about every single day when I go to work, because it's not like, oh, I did a great abolition exhibition, like I'm done, check. But this idea that abolition, like gardening, is a daily practice. You have to water it, you have to care for it, you have to tend for it. And I'm just honored to be with all these incredible people who are in this work. And to the question of our existence being resistance, this act of us theorizing about ourselves, because for so long it's been done to us, about us, for us, and we're saying, no, actually we generate our ancestors, our abuelas, tias, whatever, we're bringing all of that into the room for this daily practice.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And I just want to end on a note that like environmentalism, climate justice, environmental activism is the intersection of what you love with the planet, because we cannot separate ourselves from it. You can be a curator that is an environmentalist, you could be a writer, you could be a designer, you could be an artist, you could be a musician, and please come tomorrow to our block party. You will see and meet a lot of musicians and performers that are also environmentalists. But we are out of time. This could go on for 2 more hours. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Céline. Slow Factory.
In between things, I'm going to take a moment and break tradition and break the agenda a little bit for a very short presentation before the presentations, because I am a witness. So I must testify. Wow. I've cried so much in the past few days, from joy and just the heaviness of all the stuff that we deal with all the time. And it was the last thing I expected. I would just come up and start crying immediately, but welcome. For something very simple, is that Malcolm X has been invoked many times today. I think it's beautiful, it's powerful, his legacy. And there's one person in this room that I know of who knew Malcolm X and was a friend of Malcolm X. And I understand perhaps went to jail protesting with Malcolm X. And that's... Thank you for bearing with my emotions, which are very close to the surface. Because when something is powerful, for me, it's a blessing, it's a curse. When I know I'm saying something that is the truth, I start to cry. I don't know what it is. So I would love if Dr. Samuel Wayman, you can come and talk for 2 minutes about your friend Malcolm X on the day of his birth, and just give us a bit of context. There's something powerful about the intergenerational knowledge that we have here. That we are blessed, that we must celebrate. Come. My friend, just tell us for a couple minutes about Malcolm X, about your friend. You're my friend, thank you.
I feel you, I feel you, I feel you. Hello. First of all, my name is Samuel Wayman. I happen to be the brother of Céline Semaan. the baby brother of Nina Simone. Yeah, I'm the baby brother. Malcolm X lived right around the corner from us in Mount Vernon. When I heard Dr. Alhassen was talking about Malcolm X, and I couldn't sit there without getting emotionally I was like a washing machine inside, because she was saying a lot of truths. I won't take up your time because I know you all got to go. But I just have to say something. She's right. Malcolm X was an amazing man. Philosophically, spiritually, a lot of people disagree with his principles. But I remember when I first met him, I asked him, "Do you like being called Malcolm X all the time? It must be a lot of pressure." And I said, "Should I call you, what should I call you?" He said, "Just call me Malcolm." That's how I first met him, at our house. Nina was upstairs, and he was trying to lure us into joining his particular organization. He wanted to put a face on the movement. So he wanted Nina's face attached to the movement. She said, "I am an individual." No, I cannot be attached to that movement. I am a movement. Go ahead, clap. Because I had gone to jail with, look, first of all, I'm old school. I'm almost 80 years old. I marched with Martin Luther King, went to jail with him in Philadelphia, he and Jesse Jackson, Malcolm X, all of et cetera. I'm still here. And I sat there with my friend, Phyllis, who's going to be singing here tomorrow, in awe of of the panel that you all had assembled here. I mean, amazing, amazing women. Each one of them had something valuable to say and to contribute. We're talking about the planet, and we're talking about seeds, talking about water, we're talking about earth. Well, I'm from North Carolina. So when you talk about, I'm the Blue Ridge Mountains, by the way. When you start talking about farms and the land, I am of the Mother Earth because I can't keep my hands out of dirt, but I'm also a composer, as you all know. I'm an award-winning composer and a singer, a performer, and a pianist. My mother was 99 when she passed, and my father, he was born in 1898. Yes, 1898, not 1898. And you told me I could only say 5 minutes. I'm sorry, but I said 2, it's just that I get so emotionally involved when I hear relevance, when I hear truth, when I hear righteousness, because the conversation, I'm in the book, by the way. You also read the interview that Colin had with me in the book, Planet Justice. We were talking about righteousness. What is righteousness? Righteousness is truth. Period. Period. There's no ins, there's no outs, there's no et ceteras. The truth of the thing is the essence of the thing. I read the whole book yesterday, by the way. A great job, a great book. But there's a quote in there, which, does anybody have a book by Kwame Ture? And do you have a book? I have to read it. There's a book in my bag. Phyllis, could you get it for me, please? Because in the book, he speaks about revolution. I'm honored to be in the book with Kwame Ture. I hope I can read it without my glasses. But he says, and this is food for thought, for the soul, for the spirit. My mother was 99 when she passed away as a minister. My oldest brother was 97 when he passed. The next one, him, was 96. and I have an 81-year-old sister still here. 8 of us in the family. Nina comes from good source. Okay, I gotta find this because what he says is very important about revolution. Huh? No. No, because y'all just have to hold your breath don't hold your breath, but just sit there. Okay, here we go. Hope I can read it now. Okay. When you see people call themselves revolutionary, always thinking, always talking about destroying, but never talking about building or creating, they're not revolutionary. They do not understand the first thing about revolution. It's creating. That's a great thing. That's great. I mean, when we marched in the 60s and in Philadelphia, Philadelphia, Mississippi, Alabama and Georgia, et cetera, and the goon squad, the cops and the German Shepherd dogs and the water hoses, and I was part of all of that, in Cairo, Illinois. And in Philadelphia, we moved to Philadelphia. I went to school in Philadelphia too. The black postal workers were being underpaid. Take on a minute. The last ones that were hired were the white folks, and they got a raise. So the black postal workers said, okay, we're going to have a strike. Well, as a government employee, you're not supposed to strike. The mayor of Philadelphia at that time was a worm. He was a snake, a dirty man, not a nice person, Mayor Rizzo, an evil man. He was. Very sanctimonious. And he said, no, you're not going to strike because you can't strike because you're a government employee. First of all, you don't know how to strike. He was putting us down, but that was nothing new. We're used to that from the day we were born. And the black postal worker says, okay, we'll show you. So what did they do? They had clandestine meetings at all little houses all around West, South Philadelphia. Nobody knew about it. They had a strike. They shut the city down in 2.5 weeks to 3 weeks. And how they got to them was through their pocketbook, because no mail was being delivered. They couldn't get their checks. Their high-flying arrogance of thinking that money is everything, they shut the city down. That's when they called in my friend Malcolm, Jesse Jackson, because they had a protest. Martin Luther King came. I was there. We protested for 3.5 weeks. Yeah, it was brutal. The mayor, what's the word I'm looking for? When you turn around and you say you're not going to do something, but then you do it? Yeah, you know the words I'm talking about. He gave them a pay raise, twice what they were asking for. Can you believe it? But he put us in jail he arrested us that night for one night. It's just one night. That's all. Sometimes that's all it takes. It's just one revolutionary movement. And that's why Kwame Ture, when he says people who call themselves revolutionary really don't know what they're talking about, because they want to destroy. They do. Being a revolutionary Now, it does not mean you destroy. It means you turn things around. It means you create. You make it better. You move it to a different zone. You do something to enhance. And by that, the enemy then is just totally outclassed, disarmed, unarmed, and left speechless. I wasn't a panel speaker today, so I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but I just had to comment about Malcolm X because he was a blessed soul. And I am saying I am happy to know that I can call him a friend, yes. He lived only 3 blocks from us in Mount Vernon. I'm going there next June because they're naming a street after, my last name is Wayman, so they're naming the street after the Wayman clan in Mount Vernon, which I am, yeah, I mean, I'm honored. It's, you know, a little old colored boy like me from North Carolina. Are you kidding? That's wonderful. And I want to say, I want to clap myself for this fantastic panel and for Colin and his gorgeous wife. See, I can go by first name, huh? Yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this unannounced presentation, but I felt it important to have a continuity of the knowledge of the people and the presence. So let's continue with the panels, the presentations. Is Jennifer ready? Yes. Jennifer, you're going to come up here. Thank you, everyone. Jennifer White-Johnson.
Oh my gosh, I'm so nourished and super full. Like, I don't even know if I can follow that because you're gonna have to roll me out of here. So how full I am right now. Hello, that's me. I'm Jennifer White-Johnson. Do I have a clicker? Oh, got it. Yeah, so I'm honored. This is so beautiful. Thank you to Céline, to Colin, to Slow Factory, to everyone that I've been able to just hug in solidarity today. This is phenomenal. So I am going to be talking a bit about changing everything from an accessibility perspective. So thank y'all so much for having me. Oops, wrong slide. Yeah, so that's me at 8. So that's me at 8 years old. So just a quick introduction about who I am. I am, can everyone hear me? Yes. Okay, good. Okay, sorry. The podium is holding me back, I think. But yeah. Yeah, there we go. Good, yes. Okay, what about the live stream? Can I still be seen? Okay, great, excellent. Hi, this is much better. Okay, so I'm a neurodivergent mama, artist, and designer educator. Oops, why do I keep going back? Okay, so just quick disability access writer quickly. I do have ADHD, and so thank y'all so much for holding space for my disability and my neurodivergence today. And I'm coming to y'all super vulnerable and super transparent and open about this disability. And I have a lot of text on my slides, and so feel free to take pictures and a lot of bold text so those who have low vision can also see and can just enjoy the words. So first off, I just want to make a statement that disabled people are everywhere. And they are the future, they are the past, they are the present. We were talking about Harriet Tubman a little bit earlier. And so just for some quick disability data, nearly 1.3 billion people, or 16% of the world's population, are disabled. So we're living in a space that often isn't built for us, but yet we are, a part of this nation and a part of who creates the powerful instances of joy and beauty. And look at how many people we are. And so black women, such as myself, and birthing people are 55% more likely to give birth prematurely because of systemic racism. And prematurity is the largest cause of infant mortality. And so this slide specifically is important because I technically shouldn't be standing here because I became a mother 10 years ago. And I birthed an amazing, beautiful 2-pound, 15-ounce child, and that's him. And so preeclampsia is the leading cause of maternal death among black women. Black women are 5 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related disorders than white women. And I am a testament to that, and thankfully I'm thriving. But a lot of black women don't have the same story as me. And so a lot of health inequities are present in access barriers. And so quick definition, what are access barriers? Barriers are anything that prevent or limit a disabled person from being integrated into structure, systems, and environments or social situations. And barriers, they can be social, they can be structural, they can be digital, they can be physical, they can be purposeful, accidental, or even invisible. And access is care. So access really shouldn't be rooted in barriers. It should be rooted in care, and which is what we've been talking so much about all day for these past few hours. And so my amazing friend T.L. Lewis, who's a disability justice, an amazing lawyer, you guys should check them out. This statistic, so the United States government and corporations have always used constructed ideas around disability and criminality alongside constructed ideas about class and race to really classify, criminalize, and cage and disappear its undesirables. So black folks, black disabled people, black disabled bodies are often very much rooted within these social inequities. And so people with the least power and least access to those resources are often left unprotected. And this is a collage piece that I did honoring Jordan Neely, and I just wanted to hold space for his life. And so unhoused people are twice likely to be victims of violent crime than their perpetrators. They're less likely to be believed when they try to report a crime. And so again, these are the inequities that are really built up against a lot of black disabled bodies. And so 26% of those individuals with disabilities are living below the poverty line. Jordan was a clear, instance of that situation. So we're basically taking so much power away from from 1 billion of the population. And 11% of individuals without a disability, the poverty rate of BIPOC communities is higher than the rate of white communities, regardless of disability status. So I'm just listing some access barriers that really help to really inform why I'm standing here. So how changing everything from an accessibility perspective, how can that really save disabled futures? How can that really help to embody, how we live and and how we thrive as disabled folks, since we're often spoken over? So that really starts with disability pride. And I really love this quote from Neil Marcus, who's a disabled actor and playwright. So disability is not a brave struggle or courage in the face of adversity. Disability is really an art, and it's an ingenious way to live. So accessibility is an art form. So I write a lot of manifestos, and so this is my first time unveiling this. So Black Neurodivergent Artist Manifestos, I believe strongly that Black people, as we've talked about, cultivate so much into the land. They cultivate so much into our future, and it's important that language justice really allows for us to embody that we should have that disability pride, that we should really believe that accessibility is an art form. And so a lot of those access barriers and a lot of the stigma that, that I'm constantly rooted in as a Black woman, as a Black disabled designer, it's really helped to inform the work of my son, who is continuing to thrive. And so I believe strongly in using language justice and disability justice to uplift Black and neurodivergent families. So my first published local, like really small independent zine entitled Knox Rocks. This is like my baby. This is really what has helped to kind of fuel like Black, visibility and Black visibility in neurodivergent communities. And so manifestos, language justice, welcome to Knoxverse, where every family's experience is different, and the commonality is that our children are not burdens and did not ask for any of the challenges that they face. But they depend on those who love to equip them to be successful and to reinforce the fact that they're incredibly special and don't need to be fixed. And this is important because when he was 3, he was diagnosed as autistic. So approximately 70% of autistic people have at least one or more co-occurring mental health conditions. So as I've learned to embrace my own neurodivergence, I've really used design to kind of break those access barriers, to kind of break that cycle of stigma and injustice, because if we're talking about saving Black futures, it starts with the family. It starts with the world that we're cultivating within our own spaces. So a lot of the work that I create as a designer is very much rooted, again, in language justice. It's very much rooted in vibrancy and color, being able to piece together words and language that are often meant to not be together, like the words autistic and joy. You don't really see this type of language being used when it comes to uplifting the disability community. We're able to take that language justice, we're able to take design, iconography, and to paint the entire city with those words, with those truths. And so what you see here is me wheat pasting the Black Disabled Lives symbol, wheat pasting statements that specifically say Black Disabled Lives Matter, radical joy, and the image that you see in the center is my son holding a sticker design that says Black Autistic Lives Matter. And our design space and what we create together is just really like our response. How do we change everything from an accessibility perspective? It just means with creating the design, creating the artwork, creating the narratives and the stories that we don't see and that aren't really synonymous with Black disability culture. Excuse me, my throat's dry. Autistic joy. So to be pro neurodiversity is to be anti-racist. Yeah, thank you. I should have brought my water bottle up here with me. Neurodiversity means to be anti-racist. And that's because of this statistic. So Black disabled women and girls experience economic insecurity at higher rates, often due to job loss, often due to sub-minimum wages, as low as $2.13 per hour for disabled workers, and reduced earnings caused by access barriers to education and skills development. So a lot of that stigma and a lot of disability is rooted in racism, because they're automatically designing spaces of inaccess if you're Black and if you have a disability. And so a lot of, again, language justice, a lot of the designs, being able to change things from an accessibility perspective means to, come up with experiments, to come up with language that really helps to uplift cultures that often are very marked for death, that are very much marked for violence. So the 2 graphics that you see up here say Black Disabled Lives Matter, create more anti-ableist spaces. And a lot of this was non-commissioned design pieces that I just felt were very much missing from just design conversations. The Black Disabled Lives Matter symbol continued to take root and being made into t-shirts, being able to showcase and highlight Black and disabled leaders. So these are a group of friends in DC, policy workers, Carrie Gray, Christine Lau, Jalen Radsminski, and Dawn in the back, and being able to, again, showcase and highlight Black women in power, Black disabled women in power, Black women of color in power. So just more images, and then just some more really harrowing data that really helps to inform why Black futures are so important to save, is because 50% of people killed by law enforcement are disabled, and more than half of disabled Black people have been arrested by the time they turn 28. So the artwork really helps to acknowledge and to honor these lives that have been stolen from us by police state-sanctioned violence. So these are prototypes for different mural designs that specifically honor Freddie Gray, Keith Lamont Scott, Roy Nelson, Donald Ivey, Eric Garner, Laquan McDonald, Tamir Rice, Elijah McClain, Tanisha Anderson, just holding space for these beautiful lives that have been stolen. And so disability culture is not just about catching up non-disabled people with how to do accessibility better. It's actually about the art that we create with access. So when we're talking about access barriers, how can we really use art and design to, again, to uplift these narratives that we often feel we don't have permission to tell? And so in Palo Alto Art Cultural Center in Palo Alto, California, I was invited to participate in this really beautiful exhibition called The Art of Disability Culture. This was just in September 2021. And how many disabled led and disabled curated shows can you actually count on your hand that you've been to within the past few years, and even pre-pandemic? So changing everything from an accessibility perspective means that we have to hold more room for disabled artist-led exhibitions. How can we co-curate? How can we allow for disabled artists to take up more space in these, in these spaces that are often meant to isolate us and eradicate our bodies and our minds, from the conversation? So that's why we have to continue amplifying access-centered protest as well. And so in addition to design, I also use photography to uplift and to amplify Black disabled leaders. And so you saw Carrie Gray earlier wearing the Black Disabled Lives Matter shirt. Well, this is literally in the thick of the red summer, in the middle of the pandemic 2020. A lot of us went out there, we were signing, we had our ASL interpreters out there, we were uplifting the names of George Floyd, of Breonna Taylor, and this photo made it into the New York Times. So it was really exciting for that space to kind of, again, to showcase and highlight, hey, like Black disabled folks are out there, disabled folks are out there actually protesting. They are, telling folks to move out of the way and to kind of give them the opportunity to take up space. Just some more images from that protest. This was a really amazing and hot ass day. It was so wild, but just to kind of be there with my comrades to just document, like, my definition of collective liberation means that all body minds should actually exist in spaces where they're normally meant to be eradicated and eliminated or ignored. So we need to be able to hold space for seeing body minds in protest, but that's access-centered protest. So collective liberation cannot exist in a silo. So a lot of the work that you see it's human-centered, it's people. It's like everyone being able to celebrate themselves, to celebrate their humanity, their identities. An access-centered space means that flexibility, openness, and innovation are welcome and necessary. And so Coachella, whatever relationship y'all have with Coachella, it's actually making some waves because they, let disabled people kind of come in and organize and and they let for disabled folks to take up space. So this is Tiffany, who is the founder of Diversability, which is an amazing disability collective that is rooted in advocacy, policy work, and it was amazing because I was able to design this really cool bandana that represented collective care, disabled joy, and Accessible Plus is a group that holds workshops, and they actually allow for disabled folks who want to get into the entertainment industry, if they want to get involved with, being able to, host a music festival, and what does that look like? So that's Sabira Genet, holding it down at Coachella last year, and she was back again this year. And they have applications that are open every spring. So if you have any, disabled students or disabled folks that want to get into festival culture, and they want to be able to again take up space, this is an amazing organization. And so here's like a close-up shot of the actual bandana that sold out, by the way. It was like only 200 designs. It was amazing, yeah. And so here's the so Give Golden Voice. GV Black is kind of like like the Black People Collective at Coachella, and it was dope that they were able to again partner with Accessible Plus to kind of make sure that disabled folks were just taking up phenomenal space. And so 80% of a person's health comes from non-clinical environmental factors, right? So clean air is rooted in collective care. So climate justice is disability justice, just more language justice-based designs that really help to amplify like my design process and just the way that I think and the way that I really want to just uplift and amplify disability culture. And so here's like fun designs that my son and we work on together. So it's like a free, I provide a lot of like free printable stuff that we create. And this is, okay, so remember like the photo that you saw earlier where he's like super tiny in the NICU? Well, that's him now, So super smiley, always ready to always at the ready to be photographed, and beautiful, perfect autistic joy. And so that's why I believe strongly that, we have to plant these seeds, we have to plant seeds and not oppression. And I'm just so, I just love that that's all I've been hearing like all day is just how many seeds that can we continue to plant? How many gardens can we nourish? How can we nourish ourselves? And so I'm overjoyed. And so a project that I'm currently working on now that you can actually see at Upstate Art Weekend at Wasaic Project in July is a zine garden. And so basically my son and I, like we create zines together that really amplify how beautiful disability is, how we can celebrate the joy and the soul of neurodiversity. And so last year we were invited for a family residency, and it was the first one, and it was the perfect residency because I was able to take my son with me. It was beautiful. And we created a zine garden, and that's us, looking like a legit little zine collective. Yeah. And so what you basically see here are designs that we collaged together both digitally and by hand. And this was in front of our little residency house. So we were never in the studio because we were always outside. And so it's important that, again, using language justice, being able to declare, let Black autistic kids play, let them be themselves, the fact that neurodiversity is for everyone, and that we're really planting these gardens of liberation. And it's important that, Black disabled kids see themselves reflected in a really beautiful, honorable, respectable way, because ultimately, like that's his survival. Like he's going to continue to exist as this beautiful kid because he's loved and because he's valued. And that's why I believe strongly that we have to cultivate liberatory gardens of expression And so these are just additional shots of other artists and residents that were at Wasaic, and they were there to just participate in the whole interactive zine process, because inclusion means nothing if disabled kids, if disabled people aren't really allowed to be themselves. So basically what you're seeing, the manifesto that I showed you in the beginning, it's on each slide. So discourage a culture of masking one's disabilities. So what does accessibility mean to you? Access for whom? What resources and for what purpose? And that means that we have to continue dismantling a desire for a non-disabled body. And I really love, yes, snap. So I really love what AbleZine does. I don't know if y'all are familiar with the UK collective AbleZine, but they are one of the only disabled-led editorial magazines on a global scale, and I love their statement, smashing stereotypes around disability. And I really love their platform, and I really love how they hold space for, again, exploring that disability joy and that beauty through a really beautiful editorial lens when we're often, again, isolated and erased. So I really love the photography, the artists that they feature, and they're open to collaborating to make sure that disabled artists get their visibility. So prioritizing radical rest is also really important. And so these last few slides are dedicated to Finnegan Shannon, who's exhibited their work many times in New York. And I really love, if we're talking about changing things from an accessibility perspective, that means that we really have to, again, like, interject and to disrupt like museum spaces. And I really love what Finnegan, they're able to create, specifically using design, a little bit of architecture to hold space for statements like museum visits are hard on my body, rest here if you agree. In service of the alchemy that happens when disabled people are connected. And I just really love Finn's work. So, and remember, do not erase Black disabled ancestors. And I wanted to hold space for Lois Curtis, who was monumental in the Olmsted versus Curtis court case that really helped to uplift the autonomy and the liberation of Black disabled bodies so that they can feel that they can exist in spaces that are not marred in institutionalization, but that they can exist, the interdependent and independent world that they really want to live in. And then I'm also holding space for Olutoyin Salau, who was literally killed throughout during the pandemic, and she was an amazing disabled protester and activist. And so remember, allyship is sacrifice, and hold space for, show up, like your talents are secondary, show up in spaces where you can manifest care and radical joy. So thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. And Jen is also a fellow at Slow Factory, part of our fellowship program this year. I'm so excited for you to be continuing your research on disability justice through design. And now please help me welcome Vivien Sansour for Seeding Justice. Thank you.
It's going to be mine now. Hello, everyone. I can't see people, but hopefully we could still exchange energy. So does this clicker take me to my presentation? Yes. No? Yes. Awesome. Okay. Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Céline, and everybody. We talked a lot about seeds today, and planting seeds of, not planting the seeds of oppression, So I am a seed planter. I always say I'm a terrible farmer, but I'm a good pollinator. But today, since we're also talking a lot, there was a lot of talk about revolution. I just want to bring in people that I think that are the true revolutionaries. And I want to also bring in my father, who recently passed away. And this is my great-grandmother, Jamile, who was not reported on in the media, like millions of people around the world who don't sit in fancy theaters like we are today. But she became a refugee in 1948 and walked with my grandfather for 3 days to come to seek refuge in Palestine. And so a lot of people also, well, today we talked a lot about food and eating, and I also want to remember Khadr Adnan, who is a Palestinian political prisoner who just died of hunger because he was on a hunger strike. And so to die of hunger for your freedom is something very important to remember when we're talking about food and dignity. And what it means when we are being seduced by a world that tells us that for us to be valuable, we have to wear certain things and eat certain things. So I want to totally bring these people to this space. Hopefully they can be our teachers. And I also want to remember that today I came from upstate. I live in Kingston. And I couldn't help but think of the river that the train so violently rides. Even though it's a pretty ride, it always feels very violent for me when I'm riding on this train on the river. And I think a lot about all the people who loved this land before these marshes became Manhattan. So if you're eating in New York or anywhere, you are eating the blood and sweat of people who still love this land. So I just want to invite us to stand up, if you would like, and join me in a moment of silence to remember all these people that we're here today due to many of their sacrifices. Thank you. So my story with seeds, because people call me a seed saver, but actually I think seeds saved me. I didn't save no seeds. It started with an incredible woman his name is Muhammad. Muhammad al-Mughrabi is a woman from the Daheish refugee camp in Bethlehem. And we have 3 refugee camps in Palestine, well, in Bethlehem, sorry, where I'm from. And I was invited to meet Muhammad many years ago now, to talk to her, to help her translate her story to the lawyer who was going to document what had happened to her. And what happened to her was that her sons, who were politically active, were taken to prison, and one of them was killed. And then as a punishment for their political action, her house was demolished. So remember, she's a refugee, and then in this refugee camp where they managed to build a house, it was destroyed again. And so we were sitting in the chicken coop of Imam Muhammad's house, because there is no house anymore. And as we're sitting in the chicken coop and we're huddled around a fire because it was cold, Imam Muhammad kept bringing cups of tea and and very delicious spinach pies. And I was like, but yet she's, you know, recounting this harrowing story of what had just happened to her and her family, who's now living in a chicken coop. I couldn't help but ask her, like, Muhammad, these spinach pies are pretty delicious. Where are you getting them from? And she took my hand and she took me to the back of the chicken coop, which is where the ruins of her home was. And that's where she had started a very beautiful garden, where she was growing these heirloom spinach seeds. And so I figured if Muhammad could do this, like, we really have no excuse. I'm gonna try to do what Jen did, which is great. It's better. So that's kind of how the journey started, but it also started by me looking for, like, it wasn't like I started the seed library to start to collect seeds, but really it was a journey of a lot of grief. And I think also previously in the panels, we talked a lot about grief and about anger. And I think it wasn't until I was able to surrender to grief and to actually have the seeds lead me into figuring out who I was, because I was an immigrant in the US, and this world tells us we're shit. And I grew up believing this story that I am shit and my people are shit, we're all shit, which I know a lot of us relate to this. So I couldn't believe also the lie, the Zionist lie, that also said that not only are we shit, we also don't exist. So I couldn't really make sense of how could we not exist when we have, like, I know Muhammad's spinach pies, I know the spinach, I know a whole world that exists. And this is an image of the first spinach seeds. This is a cluster of spinach seeds that I collected from the first year I planted seeds. Spinach. And the what we call Beledi heirloom seeds are, you know, as you can see, quite spiky. And when you look at them, for me, it was quite magical because it really felt like I'm looking into the cosmos, into another world. So it invited very much the imagination to think about where in this world can we design a different future. And so with each seed, I started to learn more about myself and the world I come from and the whole world eventually. And one of the seeds that became really a big part of my journey was a watermelon seed that is called the Jaddouai watermelon. And when I was working with farmers in the north of Palestine, they would always refer to Jaddouai, Jaddouai, Jaddouai. I'm like, who's Jaddouai? And apparently Jaddouai is a watermelon. And so I would say, well, I would like to taste Jaddouai, you know. And they would say, oh, you're looking for the dinosaur. He doesn't exist anymore. So I was very stubborn because I wanted to eat my history instead of just talk about it as this, oh, Jaddouai. And so I started looking for people who could possibly have the Jaddouai watermelon. This is an image of, because Jaddouai was talked about a lot in the north as a crop that people remembered with such fondness, as almost like a member of the family. And they would also talk about how proud they were that the Jaddouai watermelon was a watermelon that could survive under the beds until October, and they could eat it in the fall. They talked about how much women talked about giving birth in the watermelon field. People were very proud to talk about how the watermelon traveled in trucks. And older men were talking about how they traveled with their fathers in trucks up to Damascus and sometimes Istanbul with these watermelons. So there was a lot of pride about this watermelon, and yet at the same time, when you ask them, well, where is it? They would say, it doesn't exist anymore. You're looking for the dinosaur. But so this is a good picture of still the love of the watermelon, but this is a hybrid watermelon. And but people still like love to talk about growing their own watermelons. But anyway, it was 6 years in the making, and I kept asking people, where is the Jaddui? I want to meet Jaddui. And finally, I ended up meeting a lovely person. His name is Khadr Abu Ghattas. And at first, he dismissed me because he was like, what is this woman coming asking for seeds for? But then I said, well, have you heard of the Jaddui? And when I said, have you heard of the Jaddui, his eyes opened and he was like, yeah, you know the Jaddui? I was like, yeah, I know him. And so he's like, oh, you want Jaddui here? And he opened this everything drawer. And as you can see, there were pill bottles and screwdrivers and everything, and he pulls out the Jaddui and he goes, here, take them, nobody wants them. And that was really the beginning of a massive journey, because it was a painful moment, even though it was a beautiful moment, because I was so happy that someone knew them and found them. But I was so heartbroken by what does it mean when you don't want who you are. And so after that, we started working with a bunch of farmers with the few seeds we had. We weren't sure if they were going to be viable because the soil has changed. There was a lot of talk also today about soil, and because we can't talk about seeds without talking about soil. And so we started working with different farmers who are trying to grow back the Jaddui watermelon. And in the process, we had to create a story. Like, we had to tell the story of the watermelon because people had forgotten. So it's not just rejecting who you are, but it's also forgetting who you are, which can be even worse sometimes, because then the process of reconstructing becomes a little harder. But this is a great example of this lovely man I met in the Jordan Valley. And when I was on the tractor with him riding, I'm like, well, what's your last name? And he goes, Jaddui. And I'm like, what? Your name is Jaddui? You're real. So it was a beautiful encounter, and I started to tell him, well, do you know the roots of your last name? And he goes, no. I said, maybe it was one of your grandparents who potentially, bred the Jaddui. Maybe that's why your name is Jaddui. So he became really proud, and where he's standing is actually this is a plantation now of dates, but it used to be the Jordan Valley, a breadbasket for Palestine, a very agro-biodiverse place. But as in all neoliberal projects and colonial projects, it has been turned now where farmers who farm this land have become day laborers because they were severed from land. There was a lot of talk today also about land. And for me, when I think of land, I think about land accessibility. There's this romantic notion of going back to the land, but where do you go when your land has been destroyed and taken away? Or when you've never had land you were taken away from your land, like people who were enslaved, they were taken away from land and being forced to come and work in other people's land. But it's just important, again, to mention that even though I started a seed library, this is not innovative work by any means. Our grandmothers have kept seed libraries in their old tin boxes for millennia. And these are generations and generations of seeds that were developed over 10,000 years and more. And a lot of the seeds we work with are called Bali varieties. And so Bali varieties are varieties that grow with zero irrigation. And that's because they were developed through a relationship between human soil, seeds, and all the other elements. So there was definitely a much more humble approach to how we produce food. And also knowing that food is something that is produced through a collective process and not through machines and factories. And I just want to share that recently, it's so weird to talk to a black space. I don't see anybody's. Can we see the audience? That recently I was having a conversation with my friend Kiki in California because, oh, this is much nicer, thank you. Hi, everybody. We always had this issue when she comes over, she would ask me if she can eat my food. She would say, oh, can I have this apple? And I would get really upset and really offended because I'm like, what do you mean? Just eat the apple. Why are you asking me? And then recently I figured out why I get so offended and why she feels the need to ask me. And that's because I grew up in a village, and for me, you didn't have to have money to eat. Like, money and food had no relationship to each other. But in the world we live in today, you have to have money to have food because we are severed from growing our own food. But also, we no longer produce our food. We rely on companies to produce our food for us. And also because we think that we have to have everything to have everything. But we didn't have pomegranates, but our neighbors did. We had apricots. And so I always thought apricots and pomegranates are available all the time without thinking about the fact that I didn't have to have or own a pomegranate tree for me to have an abundance of pomegranates. So what does it mean that we don't have to have everything to have everything? And I think a lot of old foodways can teach us a little bit about that. This is, I know we don't have, I have 10 minutes? Oh, okay. Well, I'll just end by then just sharing quickly that I know that the conversation is about climate justice and all of that. And I guess for me, I just want to say that I feel like the real question here is that our world, the world we love so much, is in hospice. And maybe what we need to learn right now in this moment is really how to grieve, but also how to die, and how to die well, so that we can then, you know, as my father went through hospice recently, I learned that 10% of people who go into hospice actually come back more invigorated. And so many of us will die, and like Vandana shared earlier, we're losing every day so much. But then the question is, those of us who will survive, or whatever will survive, can we design a more tender world? Can we design something different? So in that spirit, I just want to, I know I have to end, just share I have very few yakteen seeds, and they are Palestinian gourds we're growing as part of a breeding project in the Hudson Valley. So if you're interested in being part of that, please come see me. I don't have many, but I'm happy to share them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, and I love how much we talk about seeds today. I also have some seeds. They are space traveled potato seeds, and they're growing right now in Pioneer Works in Red Hook, and we're harvesting and doing projects with them in this July. I'm not gonna talk about it during this presentation, so if you're interested, please come find me or text me, message me. I'd love to get everyone involved, and I'll find you later too. Hope this works. Perfect. So, hello everyone. My name is Xin Liu, and Xin pronounced like a pulling a sword. It's like Xin. So I'm an artist, engineer, researcher, immigrant, Chinese, who lives between UK and US. So I'm really honored today to share my journey to here from a really far away town in west, north part of China. I'm born in Xinjiang. The city I grew up in is called Karmei. It means black oil in Uyghur, a minority Muslim community in China, and they have their own languages. And my grandparents were ordered by the state to move there in their 20s to build an oil city. Extracted beneath the thick earth crust, petroleum transformed everything above it. This very barren, alien-looking landscape now has a city and even a graded forest next to the city, irrigated by water, connected from Irgis River all the way from Russia. So this is a satellite image capturing the oil field in my hometown. This is the SpaceX rendering of Mars settlement. The resemblance of these two makes sense. The tightly arranged grid on a barren landscape. It is arrogance, power, ego, tenacity, and the potential, if you say so, of humanity on top of the resilience and hostilities of nature. Instead of rainforest or gleaming oceans, this is my experience with nature, a cruel confrontation between humans and our planet. What happens if nature is no longer caring but hostile? What if death is inevitable? How do we face a world that is already so wounded by us? Today, I'm sharing 3 projects. They're about death, they're industrial, technological, and I would like to say political debris abandoned by us. Terra nullius. It's a concept, terra nullius. Sorry, I don't even know how to pronounce this word because I don't like it. It's a concept describing a land of no one. Ever since the 16th century, the term was commonly used as a falsified European occupation justification of colonial lands. Currently, beyond the Kármán land, 100 kilometers above the Earth's surface, the outer space is considered a terra nullius. It's not owned by any country, yet not protected by anyone. As a result, we now have countless orbiting vessels around the Earth, either functional, or decommissioned, or simply trash. Among those, I was particularly interested in the NOAA weather satellites launched from the 90s, at least originally. They were decommissioned around 2 decades ago, but still functioning. The image taken by NOAA satellites have played an instrumental role in early day weather broadcasting. So back then, in 1954, for the first time, it's possible to observe cloud formation at this large scale. So during the pandemic in 2020, I was trapped in my Brooklyn apartment, maybe like many of you. In the midst of the global event, I felt so yet isolated from everything. So in order to connect, I ended up locating myself in images received by radio from those passing NOAA weather satellites on my rooftop. Huge thank you to my loving landlord. And several times a day, I would have a 10-minute-ish receiving data window from a satellite that directly passing over the sky with a DIY antenna you see here, made out of a broomstick from Muji and some copper wires. So it really started as an amateur hobby thing. Those are some images I received in New York. The original plan for this by the satellites was to be in mission for about only 2 years, but now it has been orbiting around the Earth for almost more than 20 years. If you look at it, I found there's some kind of weird connection, but this connection there. Car exhausts, the low frequency sound of air conditioning you can hear everywhere in Brooklyn, none of them exist there. It's almost like there's only vacuum and vision. So how are we certain from one image to the other, this is the world? And I'm looking at my world directly from above. And that's the moment I started getting into the history of orbital photography. It is a process in which scientists, like photographers, craft the editing and integration of these images, matching them to a map of the world, and thus making connections. It's not a craft about beauty, yet there's beauty, but about crafting and creating something looks objectively nature. And that's when I realized my vision of the Earth is rather artificial, because the cameras used on those satellites are meant for capturing the details on the Earth's surface, like the ones I captured. It's orbiting at low Earth orbit, a distance too close to see the whole Earth at one time. So through history, most of Earth's images that we have imagined when we close our eye of our blue marble planet are artificially stitched by scientists. The pictures on the top and the bottom are not necessarily captured at the same moment. Only until this Deep Space Climate Observatory launched in 2015, we started to have a more regular entire picture of the sunlit side of the Earth from about 1 million miles away. And that's when I created this project. It's called The Earth is an Image. And you can access it through this website. It's a web-based performance. It connects to antenna in Hong Kong, which very kindly supported by local amateurs and supported by a museum called M+. Every day, through this window on your browser, you can access satellite data as the satellites actually passing through Hong Kong and received by the antennas. So during the transmission, I created this audiovisual experience with a narrative about the history of orbital photography. Because I believe these decommissioned satellites give us a piercing entry to the vast surveillance system above us every second. Think about it. Those technologies were high-tech 20 years ago. But once they're launched, their technological time frozen. And everything happens on Earth, and that's why we now can access their data and decrypt it so easily as an amateur. And thanks to the hacker community, lots of people can just pull on the GitHub and then be able to see the Earth from the above with no intermediates in between. But still, listen to those data and looking at the pictures I captured. I only saw vacuum, no sound or smell exists. The vision, the lights, images are left there. How am I certain from one image to another, this is the world, the objectively natural Earth? Similarly, in Altai Mountain, we confront a similar question of what is the Earth, what is nature. The Altai region sits right beneath the main flight path of the oldest, largest, busiest spaceport in the world. the Baikonur Cosmodrome. So debris from each rocket launch rings down these remote hills. Back in 2018, I encountered this news article reporting local farmers in dire economic difficulties often use secondhand rocket materials to build farming tools. That's when I decided to re-examine the lifespan of technology, the terrestrial death of an extraterrestrial object, the rocket, the symbolic of lifting up economics and technology advancements. And through my search and examinations of the rocket debris and where they end up being, it led me to amazing but maybe a little bit sad destinations. One of them is in the middle of Northern Pacific Ocean. New Point is a geolocation. It's the farthest point from any landmass. And due to its due to its solitary and desolate location, visitors to that location often came from the sky. Far from the continents, there are very little organic matter can be carried to that area with ocean currents. So this stretch of blue desert end up being the cemetery of extraterrestrial objects. Since the 1960s, hundreds of pieces of satellites, modules of space stations, cargo spacecrafts, and transport vehicles, you name it, have been fallen into this particular spot, into the ocean. So through this research, I got a little bit addicted. I think I slowly became a rocket hunter. And in order to do it, I have to locate some rocket debris on the land because I don't know how to charter a boat to the New Point. So in fact, for Russia and China, there's many historical and political reasons. Their spaceports and launch pads are much more on the inland. So the rocket debris end up on the land too. So what happened is I ended up being an internet detective. I was scraping all the information from local newspapers, archives, about people reporting different things happening. And I was trying to find, is there a way I can find a location for all those falling rockets? And I created Excel sheet. Sorry, it's in Chinese, but it's pretty crazy because all the launches are documented. So I was trying to find people reporting mysterious objects falling from the sky and match their time to figure out which one might be which in terms of the rocket debris coming from a particular launch. And when I first did this, everyone was like, it sounds cool, it's a lot of research, I respect you, but good luck, sounds crazy. And I agreed. I end up persuading a museum, give me a fund to do a documentary project or science fiction project around this, and I used that money to go to the area I myself zoned as falling areas of Chinese rockets. And I've been talking to villagers, farmers, and I spent a lot of time at breakfast spots because I feel like that's where information goes around. Just literally saying hi to people. I had no and still have no official connection regarding this project. And this is what I found. In an area northwest of China, in the middle of nowhere, I saw about 100 camels leisurely walking past by before I reached here. And this is a rocket debris. And I only got to know about it after 3 trips, 3 months of research, going to villages one by one, talking to every person, every soul that is willing talking to me. And this is a team of the film crew when we first arrived at the spot. And after that, I was like, I'm down. But amazingly, again, in the southwest part of China, we found another one. I think sometimes it's just what happens in life when you're really, really determined to do something. The world like respond and resonate back to you. And I made a film called The Wet Stone. As I imagine a rocket falling from the sky with his entire body painted white. This is a small trailer. I hope it plays, but if it doesn't, that's okay.
有时候能听到但看不到，但有时候虫子也飞过去，然后就落到这山子里，就有点怕，我们都怕，因为你落到房子里面，它不会负责。万一它掉在房上面呢？如果砸到人的话，它会负责的。天的我们都有虫子，只看过去是不是有个马路滴滴盖走过去？都从这里过去没多远，要不你去看一下。经常没啊，他会告诉我们。好危险了。有点危险，他会经常告诉我们，因为不能在房子里面躲，都会到这些躲。他们比如你要晚上可以玩。
For the sake of time, I'm going to skip it. But so as I was researching this project, I like to talk about my projects with everybody. And I've been talking about this project for 3 years. And there is a private rocket company in China who just cannot stand me anymore. And then they donated 2 debris that they reclaimed back from their own launches. And I used them after acid wash, polishing, cutting as sculpture material. Something I want to mention here, the rocket debris used in these sculptures has been all stripped of any technological components. It's just raw steel. However, it is still classified as supplies to weapons and cannot be exported outside of China. Through the process of donation and creation of art from this metal waste, the material's political properties has ever since been transformed into works of art, and they're on their way to the US for exhibition right now. I think we have a hard deadline, so there's 3rd project. I'm not gonna talk about it, so you'll be more interested and go to my website and check out everything. It looks really cool. It's about biodegrading bacteria that eats plastic and transform into a molecule that is a precursor for nylon. It looks so cool. And at the end of it, maybe I do want to make a final remark here, is that our relationship with environment is our identity. And sometimes, for some people, nature is no longer there, or nature has very much transformed. If you think about it, all those petroleums are life forms and organisms that was enabled by solar energies millions of years ago. They are the black crops of our song. So in my work, I really start thinking more about idea of cosmic metabolism. And I really wish that there's more conversations where we can think about nature in a way that is a little bit less pure, less clean, but we can still live with it. We can live with death. We can live with trash. We can still embrace who we are, even though we are not so perfectly human anymore. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. My name is Zaya. First, I want. It's working? No, she just looks it's not. I want to ask everyone to repeat after me. Take your deepest breath and say, I believe in change. Why that? So, it started with my story. I come from the Amazon rainforest. I come from a very strong lineage of shaman women. And I'm here to represent my people in a way that we suffer so long, we suffer so much, you know, and now the humanity, everyone for the West society and the planet are looking to us. Look what we bring, everything that we live in millenniums of years between the nature, you know. I want to say, when I was raised and born in the Amazon, was not easy. All my growth was passing through many discrimination, a lot of violence, a lot of women that has a life, like we think that our life gonna go until we're 20 years old, we're gonna get pregnant or violent, and it's that. And when I start to discuss that everywhere, people are like, wow, how they can live like that. It's like, here we don't have that. We are fighting against this violence that women have been passed through. And when we are with nature, we have so much connect because we are part of the nature. We are nature. Every single thing here that you see in this world come from nature. It's not different than that. But now we arrive at the point that we need to look ourselves to save this place where we want to see our children and our future. We want to see the generation growing in abundance, in harmony with this place that we call home, that is so important. That if you want to see a pure oxygen, if you want to see a very beautiful future for us and for all of them, we need to start to act now, practice now, do like many different ways of not waste, consume less, use secondhand, change it, how we are impacting the world in so bad way. When I was raised in the Amazon, was repeating that it sounds so crazy being here right now in the West society and seeing how people are running fast, how people have metro, how people have machines, how people have like thousands of airplanes, and people are thinking so much like running fast and not think about yourself or knowing yourself more, you know. When I was there in the community which I grow up and doesn't exist today anymore because we passed for so many genocide, was so hard. The day that I wake up, I was like 6 years old, and my grandmother and my mother are screaming with me, we need to run right now. We need to leave this place right now. I remember going out and the fire being sprayed everywhere. The fire of the deforestation, the fire that are killing like more than 1 million hectares of different birds, of different animals in the forest. The trees has the size of 8 stairs, like 8, like you see these big buildings, is most of the size of the trees there. It's like millions of trees and being killed. And that was not the worst, because the worst was seeing my grandmother with her chest on the floor saying, this is my home and I need to fight for that. But or we survive, or we run, or we stay here and die. Because they're not gonna be pity about us. They're not gonna let us be here. And this is the reality of many people and leaders fight for the communities, indigenous communities in the world. We have passed for a way now that we don't know if we help everyone in the humanity to realize that we need to save now because we have many different things that we still need to discover in the forest and the nature. We still have left so many resources that we can use in the way that it's not impact and killing the nature. We need to think that those resources that is still left still need to be for the next generation. And we are using so much. You need to stop to take so much. And she was there on the floor, and I was such a baby. I was a kid, and I was raised like that. We run territory from territory, and that was the way that I was raised. I was just starting my message that I need to work, growing, to spread this message to the world, to tell the world that we are here right now, that we are here to share with you guys, to be harmony with you guys, that we are not just, that we need to be including the decision makers. We need to have more representation of the indigenous people in this part of the society. I know that is very intense what I'm saying, but it's all the truth. I know that we are running with the time. But the way that I can tell to people help is just every single day connect with yourself, because you are nature. Connect with yourself and take what you can do better for a better world. And better world is like investing in good education, sustainable things, regenerating things, and your mind. Because regenerative is a state of mind too. I will, I'm still, sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Next and last. You want to say something? We have Céline second last.
Okay, here, give me the microphone.
I was supposed to say the beginning, but I was so nervous a little bit. Thank you very much, guys. It has been an amazing journey be with Slow Factory as an indigenous woman, as a young leader that is fighting for a better world. I just want to say thank you to everyone that is present here with intention and love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zaya. Zaya, thank you. And thank you for being one of our fellows also this year. Your research is so important. We're so honored to be supporting you. We are running out of time. There's so many stories that we have not yet shared, but one that I would love to hear from Xutiscal Martinez is an amazing person. Come here. I have known you since you were a child. You know, you were an activist, and you were, a child activist, one of the first that I've known of. And I had questions for you, and we're running out of time, but you hold so much wisdom. So I just wanted to welcome you and just, let you say whatever you feel like saying after this amazing day. And thank you so much, Live
Thank
Arts.
you, Céline. Pialino chime ni mechla paloa nanotoka xiutesca tonatiu no más walpoayanewa Santa Cruz Calpisca Xochimilco México. Buenas tardes a todos. Good evening, y'all. My name is Xiutesca Tonatiu. Grateful to be here. Grateful to be present and sharing the stage with so many beautiful voices, so many beautiful stories, so many wonderful seeds planted, and it's been a little while since I've been at an event like this, at a collection of so many wonderful perspectives and stories, and the overlap between different identities and different struggles for liberation and different movements is so palpable. And this is kind of a realization of my belief of the direction that the climate movement is moving in more and more intentionally and more deeply, is acknowledging and understanding and having critical conversations about how our worlds are actually more and more tied together than they are separate. And I've been doing a lot of climate and environmental justice organizing, kind of intersecting with a lot of indigenous sovereignty work for a long time. My people are from Xochimilco, Mexico, and I'm also an artist and a storyteller kind of in that way. And tomorrow, if y'all show up to the little function, we have the kind of closing ceremony event. We'll be performing at 4. So I'll share more of my art then, but I did want to kind of close the energy with the poem, with the verse, if y'all don't mind, just to wrap it up. But yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge and give thanks to every voice, every person who shared this stage, who walked up here, and yeah, you know, continues planting these seeds, and it gives me a lot of hope for the world we are building together, the world we are cultivating together for, you know, this revolutionary energy that comes from not just our need to dismantle existing systems of injustice that perpetuate such violence that many of us have lived through in different ways, but also the belief in the hope for the world we will build together. So I'm gonna close like this. Life, a series of moments. May I borrow one of yours? I promise to use it wisely. And I'm honest more than I'm timely. Searching is where you'll find me. I'm searching for more than answers. I'm searching for more solutions, searching the sky for stars, disguised by all the pollution, searching my mind for truth, buried in my excuses. I'm sick of the lack of balance. I'm sick of not dreaming lucid, sick of feeling so sick inside. The whole world is sick unless you live in the lie. So far from the future, but I feel I've arrived, and I'm up through the night. Your perception of me is set, but I'm different inside. I fly underwater, I swim in the sky. Clandestino had to live in disguise. When I'm closest to falling is when I'm feeling alive. When I'm furthest from knowing is when I'm falling in love. This is a response to the call of the wild. It's been calling for a while now. Humans foolish to think we'd ever conquer the wild. Rivers outrun the roads by the furthest of miles. And I feel every breath like it's lasted a lifetime. Cities rise and fall through the ages, and everything fade, everything dust, everything changes. History so much more than the scripture that's built on the page. The stories in the eyes of the children are ancient. We wouldn't be human if living was painless. I believe it took more than evolution to make us, the death of the sacred. I'm here now like I've always been, never alone. Creator wrote a story in the sky so someone could follow it home. This is the turning of the tides, and there I was, 6 years old, my eyes wide open. I saw the storm, city swallowed by the ocean. Humanity fucked up, look at the world broken. I want to see the borders open. I wrote this music, it was something I found hope in. My generation finally seeing the web woven. Everything is connected, our generation was chosen to guide the way to the light. You see, this is our movement. We walk on roads paved by every great leader of every revolution. We doing it our way. This is a celebration. If love is resistance, you know that it's in our nature. We show up by the millions, people of every nation. We summit the highest mountain to prove to them we can make it. It starts right here, right now. Every one of you has light within. Now is the time to shine out. Hands up if you feel it too. This music is a movement. It's proof if you feel it moving you. We're here now like we've always been. Never alone. Creator writing stories in the sky so our people could follow it home. Thank you.
That's pretty much it. But somebody has to say the final word beyond this. That is thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Who else am I going to thank? I thank you behind the lights. Thank you, thank you, thank you for opening with beauty, closing with beauty. And for everyone, I would just leave you. Please keep this energy. Come back tomorrow, rain or shine, because there's going to be the other side of the coin, let's say. This is a lot about the ideas and the stories, and tomorrow we want it to be about also the feeling and the music and the togetherness in another kind of way. So thank you so much. Keep that light, shine that light, have a beautiful night. And for those of you who are staying for the dance performance, I'm sure it's going to be incredible. And it's what? Altamira 2042, please come back here. Hello Buffalo is tonight upstairs. Dynasty Handbag, or Titanic Depression, Dynasty Handbag, Saturday and Sunday. Have a beautiful evening. Janet, please.
So there's Prosecco outside. Hello Buffalo is at 8 p.m. in the studio. Tomorrow evening will be the last performance of Altamira for 2042. And Titanic Depression will be Saturday and Sunday night. Thank you.
Final word. These ideas and many, many more are in the Planet Justice book that's out front. We're going to still have them there. Come back tomorrow for it. And Bill T. Jones is in it. Janet Wong is in it. So many people are in it. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. Get home safe. Love your friends. And befriend your lovers.